Welcome to this Azure Administrator AZ-104 practice question series. In this video, we will be going through 150 exam style questions focused on the key admin responsibilities in regards to all services, which includes identity, networking, storage, compute, governance, and monitoring. And just like Azure itself, this doesn't stop here. This session is part of a complete series with over 400 questions designed to strengthen your core admin skills and boost your confidence for the exam. Every question includes a simplified, exam focused explanation so you can understand the concepts behind the correct answer, not just memorize facts. So stay focused, take notes, and let's get you ready to ace the AZ-104 exam with confidence.
You download an Azure Resource Manager template based on an existing virtual machine. The template will be used to deploy 100 virtual machines. You need to modify the template to reference an administrative password. You must prevent the password from being stored in plain text. What should you create to store the password? Your options are Azure Storage Account and Access Policy, Azure Key Vault and Access Policy, Azure AD Identity Protection and Access Policy, Recovery Services Vault and Backup Policy. Whenever there is a requirement to store passwords in Azure, then you should look for Azure Key Vault in the options. And in this case, only one option, which is option B, has that. So the correct answer is option B, Azure Key Vault and Access Policy. Azure Key Vault is one of several key management solutions in Azure. It can be used to securely store and tightly control access to tokens, passwords, certificates, API keys, and other secrets. In this case, the virtual machine will need to access the vault to retrieve password. So you will need to create a vault access policy as well. That is why the correct answer is option B, which is a combination of creating an Azure Key Vault and creating an access policy, which gives the virtual machine access to that Key Vault. Question number 2. You plan to deploy 3 virtual machines named VM1, VM2, and VM3. The virtual machines will host a web app named App1. You need to ensure that at least 2 virtual machines are available if a single Azure data center becomes unavailable. What should you deploy? Your options are each virtual machine in a separate availability zone, all 3 virtual machines in a single availability zone, all virtual machines in a single availability set, each virtual machine in a separate availability set. Now, all the options are revolving around availability zones and availability sets. So let's start with understanding what availability set is. Availability sets are used to protect applications from hardware failures within an Azure data center. So any option containing availability set will not provide you with availability to protect against data center failure, which leaves us with only 2 options, that is option A and option B. Availability zone does provide you with protection against a data center failure. However, the requirement here is that at least 2 virtual machines should be available. So the correct answer is option A. You should deploy all virtual machines in separate availability zones. Your company has virtual machines hosted in Microsoft Azure. The VMs are located in a single Azure virtual network named VNet1. The company has users that work remotely. The remote workers require access to VMs on VNet1. You need to provide access for the remote workers. What should you do? Your options are configure a site-to-site VPN, configure a point-to-site VPN, configure a multi-site VPN, configure a VNet to VNet VPN. Since the requirement is to have a connection from an individual remote worker's computer to VNet 1, the correct answer is you'll need to configure a point to site VPN, also called as P2S VPN. Now, if the requirement would have been that users from corporate networks should be able to access resources in VNet 1, then you would have configured site-to-site VPN as you are establishing connectivity between two sites. So you need to be very careful in terms of the keywords that are mentioned in the question, as a slight change in the keyword makes the options incorrect. So the correct answer in this case is option B, configure a point-to-site VPN. Question number 4. You have an Azure virtual machine VM1 that runs Windows Server 2022. You save VM1 as a template named template1 to the Azure Resource Manager library. You plan to deploy a virtual machine named VM2 from template1. Which of the following you need to configure during the deployment of VM2? You need to choose two options. Your options are resource group, operating system, virtual machine size, administrator username. The correct answers are option A and option D, resource group and administrator username, as both of these are not retained when you create a template from virtual machine. Question number 5. Your company wants to share the JSON files stored in a container inside a storage account. What is the correct URL for the file called employee_data.json? Your storage account name is monthly report. Your container name is May 2023, and your file name is employee_data.json. Now there are 4 options on your screen. So the correct answer is option B, which is highlighted on your screen. Now let's look at a bit more about this option in explanation section. When your account is created with standard endpoints, you can easily construct the URL for an object in Azure Storage by appending the object's location in the storage account to the endpoint. For example, the URL for a blob will be something like what you can see on my screen. Now, at the bottom of my screen, you can see a table which lists the standard endpoint for each of the Azure storage services. You can see when, depending on the storage service, the endpoint does change. So there can be multiple variations to this question. I strongly suggest you to go through this table and try to understand what is the difference in the different endpoints for different storage services. Overall, it's almost same. core.windows.net is there in every storage service. And depending on the type of storage service you are provisioning, the 4th last letter keeps on changing. And at the start, you always have the name of your storage account. Question number 6. A company needs to connect their on-premise data centers to Azure. They have huge workloads that need to regularly transfer between an on-premise data center and Azure. The company wants to avoid sending data over the public internet for security reasons. Which of the following options should the company opt to establish this connection? I will stress on the keyword you need to avoid the public internet for security reasons. Now let's look at the options. Create a point-to-site connection, create a site-to-site connection, create an express route connection, create a VNet to VNet connection. The keyword to answer this question is they need to avoid public internet for security reason. Whenever there is a requirement to connect on-premise network to Azure and you need to avoid connectivity over public internet, then look for express route in the options. So the correct answer in this case is option C, create an express route connection. As you can see on my screen, the definition says express route connections don't go over public internet. This allows express route connections to offer more reliability, faster speeds, consistent latencies, and higher security than typical connections over the internet. Now, if you are interested in reading more about express route connection, how they are set up, there is a link on my screen. You can browse through this link and read more about it in detail. Moving on to next question. Your company wants to move an entire solution to Azure. Due to security constraints, company wants to restrict creation of all resources in a particular region. Which Azure service can be used to achieve this requirement? Your options are Azure Policy, Azure Monitor, Azure Availability Zone, Azure Web Apps. Now, common use cases for Azure Policy includes implementing governance for resource consistency, regulatory compliance, security, cost management. So the correct answer is option A, Azure Policy. Some of the common examples can be restrict resource regions, which is what is being asked in this question. You can even block certain resource type or restrict VM size. Refer to the link on my screen to read more about some of the common policies in Azure. We will have more questions later in the series around Azure policy structure because there will be few questions around Azure policies in the Azure Administrator exam. Question number 8. A company has a Azure subscription which contains resource group named RG1, which is set to its Australia East location. RG1 is used to host temporary resources and contains resources shown below. Now, there are some resources that are mentioned in this table, and then in the next column is the type of the resources, and then it's the location where these resources are hosted. SQL D02, which is a SQL server in Azure VM, is backed up to RSV25, which is a recovery services vault. When a user tries to delete RG1, which is the resource group, from Azure portal, the deletion fails. What is the first need to take to ensure a successful deletion? Your options are delete storage account SA004, restart VM2, stop backup of SQL D02, stop VM2. So the right answer is stop backup of SQL D02. Let's look at the explanation behind choosing this option in more detail first. Whenever a resource group is deleted, then all the child resources are also deleted. And in this case, we have a recovery services vault as a child resource. You cannot delete a recovery services vault with any of the following dependencies. The vault contains protected data sources such as IaaS VM, SQL databases, or Azure file shares. The vault contains backup data. If it contains backup data, once the backup data is deleted, it will go into soft delete state. If it contains the data in soft delete state. If it has registered storage accounts. So this is the reason to choose the correct option in this case. Moving on to next question. A company needs to identify idle and underutilized Azure virtual machines, which can be changed to a less costly service tier. What should the company use? Your options are file storage, Azure Advisor, Azure Monitor, Customer Insights. The correct answer is option B, Azure Advisor. Azure Advisor helps you optimize and reduce your overall Azure spend by identifying idle and underutilized resources. You can get cost recommendations from the cost tab on the Advisor dashboard. You can refer to the link on my screen to understand the different type of recommendations made by Azure Advisor when it comes to cost optimization. This includes shutdown recommendations, resizable SKU recommendations, and many more. Question number 10. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. You have 5 TB of data that you need to transfer to Subscription 1. You plan to use Azure Import Export job. What can you use as the destination of the imported data? Your options are Azure File Storage, Azure Data Factory, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database. The correct answer is option A, Azure File Storage. It also supports Azure Blob Storage for import jobs. You can see in the table on my screen that if the job type is import, the supported storage services is Azure Blob Storage and Azure File Storage. Question number 11. Your company has a Microsoft SQL Server always on availability group configured on their Azure virtual machine. You need to configure an Azure internal load balancer as a listener for the availability group. The solution you propose is you create an HTTP health probe on port 1433. Does the solution meet the goal? You need to choose between either yes or no, whether the solution that you have chosen is right or wrong. Now, port 1433 is used by SQL Server for SQL Server database engine connections and not HTTP connections. Therefore, creating an HTTP health probe on port 443 will not work. To configure an Azure internal load balancer as a listener for the availability group, you need to create a TCP health probe on port 443, which is the default port for SQL Server. There can be another variation to this question. Let's say the solution was that you create a TCP health probe on port 1443. Then it was a correct solution. So as I have been saying in my previous series as well, a minor variation to a question can entirely change the solution. So pay attention to small details that are mentioned in the questions before trying to answer it. Moving on to next question of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure storage account, and you plan to copy an on-premise virtual machine image to a container named VM images. Which command should you run to create the container for the planned image? Now you have two sections where you need to choose from different options that are presented on my screen. The first option is AZ copy. You have three options in it: make, sync, and copy. Then the second one is the URL that is going to be formed. In the URL, you need to choose between the options blob, DFS, queue, table, and images. The correct answers are VM image is a collection of metadata and pointers to a set of VHTs stored as page blobs in Azure storage. So you create a blob storage and make is the command to create the container. So the correct options are make and then blob. Question number 13. A company has a requirement to deploy Windows VM in its subscription. Which CLI command should the administrator run in order to create the virtual machine? Your options are new-azvm, create-azvm, new-azure rmvm, azvm create. Whenever there is a mention of Azure CLI for any purpose, you need to remember that Azure CLI commands start with something like AZ. For example, you use AZ login to log in into portal using CLI. So the correct answer in this case is option D, AZ-VM create. Key thing to note here is other three commands in this question are in verb noun format, which is followed by PowerShell. And new-AZVM is also used for creating a virtual machine, but using Azure PowerShell. I would strongly suggest you to go through the links on my screen to understand CLI and PowerShell in more details. Now, you would have already guessed there can be a variation to this question as well. If instead of mentioning which CLI command should the administrator run in order to create the virtual machine, they could have also said which Azure PowerShell command the administrator should run to create the virtual machine. In that case, the correct answer would be new AZVM. Moving on to question number 14. Your company has an Azure Active Directory subscription. You need to deploy 5 virtual machines to your company's virtual network subnet. The VMs will each have both a public and private IP address. Inbound and outbound security rules for all of these virtual machines must be identical. Which of the following is the least number of network interfaces needed for this configuration? Your options are 5, 10, 20, and 40. The correct answer is option A, 5. You'll need at least 5 network interfaces in this case. You can assign both a public and a private IP to an interface at same time. And since we are talking about 5 virtual machines, so we will need 5 network interfaces as a minimum in this case. Now the question also mentions about the security rules here, but that's just a distractor here and doesn't affect the number of network interfaces needed. There will be some questions where you'll see some statements which are there just to distract you, but they don't have any significance in that question. So again, be mindful when you are reading the questions. Question number 15. Your company has a general purpose V1 Azure storage account named Storage1 that uses locally redundant storage, LRS. You are tasked with implementing a solution that ensures the data in the storage account is protected if a zone fails. The solution must minimize cost and administrative effort. What should you do first? Your options are configure object replication rules, create a new storage account, modify the replication settings of the storage account, upgrade the account to general purpose V2. So here they are looking for an option which provides redundancy against zonal failures, which is basically geo-zone redundant storage, GZRS. And there is only one kind of storage that provides this functionality, which is general purpose V2. So the correct answer is option D, upgrade to general purpose V2. We won't choose any option related to replication modifications here, as the question also talks about minimizing the cost and administrative effort. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription1 that contains the resources shown in the following table. The table has few resources named RG1, Vault1, RG2, and along with its type and the region where they were created, and whether which of the resource is created in which resource group. You create virtual machines in Subscription1 as shown in the following table. Again, there are few virtual machines named VM1, VM2, VMA, and VMB, along with the resource groups in which they were created, and then the corresponding regions and the operating system of the host. You plan to use Vault1 for the backup of as many virtual machines as possible. Which virtual machines can be backed up to Vault1? So you need to identify which all virtual machines can be backed up to Vault1. This is one of the questions where there is a lot of data in the question just to confuse you, and not everything is relevant. Main thing to note here is you need to use Vault to do the backup of virtual machines. Now, based on the Microsoft documentation, the vault must be in the same region as the data source, which is the key to answer this question. Looking at both the tables, you can see vault is hosted in Australia Central. So based on the previous information from Microsoft documentation, you can only back up the virtual machines that are hosted in Australia Central. So the virtual machines that are hosted in Australia Central are VM1, VMA, and VMV. So the right answer in this case is option C, VM1, VMA, and VMB only. You can refer to the Microsoft official link on the screen to understand how to set up recovery services vaults in more detail. Key takeaway here is if you have virtual machines in several regions, then you need to create recovery service vault in all of those regions to back up the virtual machines. Next question of the series. You have an Azure Active Directory tenant named contosocloud.onmicrosoft.com. Your company has a public DNS zone for contoso.com. You add contoso.com as a custom domain name to Azure AD. You need to ensure that Azure can verify the domain name. Which type of DNS record should you create? Your options are MX, NSAC, RRSIG, PTR. When you add a custom domain name to Azure AD, you need to verify that you own the domain by creating a DNS record in your domain's DNS zone, which points to Azure AD. In this case, you are going to add contoso.com as a custom domain name to Azure AD, which means you need to create a DNS record in the DNS zone for contoso.com. So the type of DNS record that you create is either a TXT or MX record. In this case, we just have MX in the list of options. So the correct answer is option A, MX. You are presented with similar settings shown on the screen, which you need to use to configure DNS record with your registrar. Now, there can be multiple variations to this question. As you would have already seen, this question has a mention of MX record, but you can also create a TXT record. So the variation can be instead of MX, you will have TXT in the options. Question number 18 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com and an Azure Kubernetes Services cluster named AKS1. An administrator reports that she is unable to grant access to AKS1 to the users in contoso.com. You need to ensure that access to AKS1 can be granted to the contoso.com users. What should you do first? Your options are: from contoso.com, create an OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint. From contoso.com, modify the organization relationship settings, recreate AKS1, or from AKS1, create a namespace. To grant access to Azure Kubernetes service to users in your Active Directory tenant, you need to create a OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint in your tenant. The endpoint will allow users in your tenant to authenticate and obtain an access token, which can be used to access the Kubernetes API server. Therefore, the first step in this scenario would be to create the OAuth 2.0 authorization endpoint in contoso.com. Option B, modifying the organization relationship settings, is not related to granting access to AKS1. So this is not the incorrect answer. Option C, recreating AKS1, is not necessary as the issue is related to user access. And option D, creating a namespace, is not related to, again, granting access to AKS1 either. Question number 19. Your organization's system administrator has deployed two standalone Azure virtual machines for a new web service. You now want to add these virtual machines to fault domains in an availability set. When you attempt to do this in the portal, you receive an error message preventing you from completing the task. What is the reason for this? Your options are: the availability set has to be paused or stopped before standalone VMs can be added. VM's operating system is not compatible with fault domains. You didn't check the required standalone parameter in Azure portal. You cannot add running standalone VMs to availability sets. Whenever adding virtual machines to an availability set, they need to be in a stopped or deallocated state. You cannot add running virtual machines directly to an availability set. Before attempting to add the virtual machine to the availability set, you should ensure that they are stopped or deallocated. So the right answer is option D. You cannot add running standalone VMs to availability sets. Next question. Which Azure tool is a cloud-based command line service for copying and migrating data between Azure storage accounts? Your options are Import Export Service, AZ Copy, Azure Databox, Azure Storage Explorer. So the correct answer is option B, AZ Copy. AZ Copy is a powerful command line utility that enables you to transfer files and data to and from Azure storage. It supports various scenarios such as copying data within Azure, between different storage accounts, and between Azure and your local machines. It is designed to handle large-scale data transfers efficiently and securely. And it also provides features like parallelism, resume functionality, and support for different transfer modes, which can be block, page, and append blobs, making it an ideal tool for data migration, backup, and synchronization tasks in Azure storage. So there can again be variations to this question. In this question, they are asking about copying and migrating data between Azure storage accounts, but as you would have seen, it can be used to transfer data within Azure. It can be used to transfer data between Azure and your local machine as well. Question number 21. You suspect hackers and bots have been attacking your application's network. What Azure network monitoring or analysis tool would best fit your needs? Your options are Security Group View, Network Performance Monitor, Connection Monitor, Traffic Analysis. The correct answer is option D, Traffic Analysis. It is a feature of Azure Network Watcher, which provides an in-depth visibility into network traffic patterns, helping you identify anomalies and potential security threats. It offers features such as network flow logs, traffic analytics, and integration with Azure Sentinel for advanced security monitoring and analysis. You can refer to the link on the screen to read more about this. Question number 22. You have an Azure subscription that contains the following users in an Azure AD tenant named contoso.onmicrosoft.com. Now the table has few users along with their roles and the scope of their permissions. Some of the users have global administrator rights and the others have user administrator or owner rights. User 1 creates a new Azure AD tenant named external.contoso.onmicrosoft.com. You need to create new user accounts in the newly created tenant, which is external.contoso.onmicrosoft.com. The solution is you instruct user 1 to create the user accounts. You need to now confirm whether this solution meets the goal or not. You need to choose between yes or no. Yes, the solution meets the goal. User 1 has the necessary permissions, which is global administrator at AD level, which gives it access to create user accounts within the tenant. So instructing them to do so is a valid and appropriate solution. Next question. Your company has a Microsoft Azure subscription. The company has data centers in Los Angeles and New York. And you're configuring the two data centers as geo-clustered sites for site resiliency. You need to recommend an Azure storage redundancy option which fulfills the following data storage requirements. Requirements are: data must be stored on multiple nodes. Data must be stored on nodes in separate geographic locations. Data can be read from the secondary location as well as from the primary location. Which of the following options should you recommend? Your options are read-only geo-redundant storage, zone redundant storage, locally redundant storage, geo-redundant storage. Now, looking at the options, we can automatically rule out option A, as there is nothing like read-only geo-redundant storage. Requirement 2 talks about storing data in separate geographic locations, so we can safely rule out option C, which is locally redundant, which leaves us with option B and option D. And the correct answer is option D, geo-redundant storage. Geo-redundant storage copies your data synchronously 3 times within a single physical location in the primary region using LRS. It then copies your data asynchronously to a single physical location in a secondary region that is hundreds of miles away from the primary region. And data can be read from secondary location as well as primary location. However, there are some configurations that need to be made to enable read from both sides. Question number 24. Your company has 3 virtual machines that are included in an availability set. You try to resize one of the VMs, which returns an allocation failure message. Which of the following actions should you take to resize the VM? Make a note of the keyword allocation failure message. Your options are: you should stop the VM, you should stop the other 2 VMs, you should stop all 3 VMs, you should remove the necessary VM from the availability set. Now, if as per the Microsoft documentation, if the VM you wish to resize is part of an availability set, then you must stop all VMs in the availability set before changing the size of any VM in that. So the correct answer is option C. You should stop all 3 VMs. Now, there is a link on your screen at the moment, which is from Microsoft. You can go through this link to understand this in more detail. Question number 25. You create an Azure storage account named Contoso Storage. You plan to create a file share named data. Users need to map a drive from their home computers that run Windows 11 to the data file share. Which outbound port should you open between the home computer and the data file share? Your options are port 80, port 443, port 445, port 3389. Now, you must be familiar with port 80 and 443 as they are used for HTTP and HTTPS protocol respectively. Port 3389 is used by default for RDP, which is Remote Desktop Protocol, which leaves us with one option, that is option C, port 445, which is the correct answer. To map a drive from a home computer running Windows 11 to an Azure file share, you need to open outbound port 445 between the home computer and the data file share. Port 445 is the standard port used for server message block file sharing, which is SMB protocol. Question number 26. When using Azure Resource Manager templates, ARM templates, what feature enables you to control resource properties during deployment in your organization? Your options are Active Directory, Azure Policy, API Management, Resource Tags. The correct answer is option B, Azure Policy. When deploying resources using ARM templates, Azure Policy can evaluate the deployment against the defined policies and enforce the desired configurations. This helps ensure that resources deployed in your organization adhere to the specified standards and guidelines. Question number 27. You have an Azure subscription that contains a resource group named RG1. You plan to use an ARM template named template1 to deploy resources, and the solution must meet following requirements. Deploy new resources to RG1, remove all the existing resources from RG1 before deploying the new resources. Select the appropriate options to complete the command. Now, the command is the standard command to do a deployment on a resource group, which is new dash AZ resource group deployment, then your template URI, and then the template parameter file. Now, after that, you have different options, which is dash name, dash query string, dash resource group name, dash tag, and then there is a mention of RG1. Now, even if you don't know the command by heart, in the question you can see that the name of the resource group is RG1. So the parameter that you need to select here is the third one in the list, which is resource group name. Okay, and then the next one is dash mode, and there you have three modes mentioned. Basically, either it's all, or it's complete, or it's incremental. So the correct answer in this case is complete. In complete mode, resource manager deletes resources that exist in the resource group but aren't specified in the template. You should always use the what if operation before deploying a template in complete mode. What if shows you which resources will be created, deleted, or modified. This is sort of doing a dry run before you actually do anything. It is a good practice to use what if because you know beforehand what is going to happen. And you will avoid unintentionally deleting resources. Next question. Your company has an Azure subscription. You need to deploy a number of Azure virtual machines using ARM templates. You have been informed that the VMs will be included in a single availability set. You are required to make sure that the ARM template you configure allows for as many VMs as possible to remain accessible in the event of fabric failure or maintenance. Which of the following is the value that you should configure for the platform update domain count property? Now, the keywords in this question are you need to look for platform update domain count first, and then the event is a fabric failure or maintenance. Your options are 10, 20, 30, or 40. Let's first understand what is platform update domain count property in an availability set, because this is the keyword to answer this question. It specifies the number of update domains available for distributing VMs. An update domain is a logical group of VMs that can undergo maintenance or updates simultaneously. By distributing VMs across multiple update domains, you minimize the risk of downtime during updates or fabric failures, which is what is being asked in this question. Azure typically supports a maximum of 20 update domains per availability set. So the correct answer is option B, 20. Moving on to next question. Which Azure storage service is designed for large-scale offline data migration intended to help businesses migrate their data onto Azure cloud? Your options are Store Simple, AZ Copy, Azure Storage Explorer, Azure Data Box. The correct answer is option D, Azure Data Box. The Azure Data Box cloud solution lets you send terabytes of data into and out of Azure in a quick, inexpensive, and reliable way. The secure data transfer is accelerated by shipping you a proprietary data box storage device. Each storage device has a maximum usable storage capacity of 80 TB and is transported to your data center through a regional carrier. The device has a rugged casing to protect and secure data during the transit. You can refer to the link on my screen to read more about Azure Data Box. Question number 30. You plan to deploy several Azure virtual machines that will run Windows Server 2022 in a virtual machine scale set by using ARM templates. You need to ensure that Nginx is available on all the virtual machines after they are deployed. What should you use? Your options are a Microsoft Intune device configuration profile, deployment center in Azure App Service, a desired state configuration DSC extension, the new AZ configuration assignment commandlet. You should use a desired state configuration extension to achieve this requirement. Desired state configuration DSC is a feature in Azure that allows you to define and enforce the desired state of a machine or application configuration. There can be multiple variations to this question, as you can achieve the same requirement by using Azure custom script extension as well, which is not part of the options at this point. So yeah, there can be another variation to this question. You have an on-premise file server named Server 1 that runs Windows Server 2016. You have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure file share. You deploy an Azure file sync storage sync service and you create a sync group. You need to synchronize files from Server 1 to Azure. Which 4 actions should you perform in sequence? To answer, move the appropriate actions from the list of actions to the answer area and arrange in correct order. On the left-hand side, you have some actions, and right-hand side has the answer area section where you need to drag all the correct answers and you need to arrange them in the correct order. So basically, if I sum up, then the requirement is you need to synchronize files from an on-premise server to Azure file share. In order to perform this, the steps you will perform are, first of all, you'll install the Azure file sync agent on the on-premise server. So in this case, the server is server 1. Then you will register the server, followed by creating a sync group and a cloud endpoint. You'll finish the setup by adding a server endpoint. Let's now look at these steps in more details. So as you know, the first step is to install the Azure file sync agent on server 1. As it goes with every client server model, you basically install an agent on the client server so that the server can coordinate with it. An Azure file sync agent is a downloadable package that enables Windows Server to be synced with an Azure file share. Now, the next step is you will have to register the server. And here we are talking about registering the on-premise server, which is a client in this case. So registering your Windows Server with a storage sync service establishes a trust relationship between your server and the storage sync service. Now, the next step is you'll create a sync group and a cloud endpoint. A sync group defines the sync topology for a set of files. Endpoints within a sync group are kept in sync with each other. A sync group must contain one cloud endpoint, which represents an Azure file share, and one or more server endpoints, which is going to be created in the next step. And a server endpoint represents a specific location on the registered server. Basically, this is the location which is going to sync with the Azure file sync server. Now, there is a link on your screen at the moment at the bottom, which you can refer to read more about how this setup is done. And yeah, this will have more details around the setup than just these 4 steps. Moving on to next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains the storage accounts shown in the following table. The table has name of some of the storage accounts, what are their types, and what is the performance setup for them. You plan to manage the data stored in the accounts by using lifecycle management rules. To which storage accounts can you apply lifecycle management rules? Now, you need to choose which storage accounts can the lifecycle management rules be applied to. Your options are storage 1 only, storage 1 and 2 only, storage 3 and 4 only, storage 1, 2 and 3 only, storage 1, 2, 3 and 4 only. Basically, the last option has all the storage accounts listed. So the correct answer in this case is option D, storage 1, 2 and 3 only. The lifecycle management feature is available in all Azure regions for general purpose version 2 accounts, blob storage accounts, premium block blob storage accounts, and Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 accounts. Now, going by this statement, if you look at the type of the storage accounts that are mentioned here, storage 1, 2, and 3 are the ones that contain the storage account types which support lifecycle management policies, hence making them the correct options in this case. Question number 33. Your company has a Microsoft SQL Server always on availability group configured on their Azure virtual machines. You need to configure an Azure internal load balancer as a listener for the availability group. Solution is you enable floating IP. Does the solution meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. Yes, the solution meets the goal. You can refer to the link to read around all the load balancing rules of this setup and not just floating IP. So if you go through this link, you will understand more about this setup and you will also be better equipped to answer different variations of this question. So I strongly suggest you to go through this link. Moving on to next question. You plan to track resource usage and prevent the deletion of resources. To which resources can you apply locks and tags? To answer, select appropriate options in the answer area. In the answer area for the locks, you have RG1 and VM1 only, then sub1 and RG1 only, then sub1, RG1 and VM1 only, MG1, sub1, RG1 and VM1. So basically, they have not specified here that what is RG1 or what is VM1, but these are basically short forms of different things that exist in Azure. So let's say RG1 stands for resource group, VM1 stands for virtual machine 1, sub1 stands for subscription 1, and MG1 stands for management group. So if there are full forms that are not defined in the questions, these are generic terms which you should be across when dealing with Azure. Similarly, for tags, these are the same options that are available. So you need to choose which one are the right options, basically to which resources you can apply locks and tags. So the correct answers are on your screen now. Tags and locks can be applied to subscriptions, resource groups, and resources only, hence making sub1, RG1, and VM1 only as the correct option. Moving on to question number 35. You have an a computer named computer 1 that has point-to-site VPN connection to an Azure virtual network named VNet1. The point-to-site connection uses a self-signed certificate. From Azure, you download and install the VPN client configuration package on a computer named Computer 2. You need to ensure that you can establish a point-to-site VPN connection to VNet1 from Computer 2. The solution is you modify the Azure Active Directory authentication policies. Does the solution meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. So before going to answer this question, try to understand the question in a better way. This is a very big question, so break it into small statements. See what is the meaning of the first statement, what they are trying to convey in the second statement, and then what they are asking in the closing statement. So the first statement basically here is you have a computer named computer 1 that has a point to site VPN connection to Azure virtual network VNet1. So computer 1 already has a P2S VPN connection to VNet1, which uses self-signed certificate for authentication. Now you need to set up the same connection from another computer named computer 2. And what you do is you modify the Azure Active Directory authentication policies. Now, do you think this is the correct option? No, this is not the correct solution. Point to site connection uses certificates to authenticate, which you could have seen. They have already mentioned that the point to site connection uses a self-signed certificate. So what you'll have to do, you will need to export the client certificate from computer 1 and install the certificate on computer 2, which is what is the solution that is needed in this. So you can again refer to the link on your screen to understand the point to site connection in more detail. Question number 36. You have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 that contains a virtual network named VNet1. VNet1 is in a resource group named RG1. Subscription 1 has a user named user1. User1 has the following roles: reader, security admin, security reader. You need to ensure that user1 can assign the reader role for VNet1 to other users. What should you do? Your options are: assign user1 the network contributor role for VNet1, assign user1 the owner role for VNet1, remove user1 from the security reader role for subscription 1, assign user1 the contributor role for RG1, assign user1 the contributor role for VNet1. So this question has lots of data. Be careful to spot the keywords that are being talked about here before answering this question. They are talking about different roles: network contributor, owner role, security reader role, and again, a contributor role, which is a generic contributor role. So to answer this question, you should be across with the built-in roles in Azure. So let's look at the answer, and then we will talk about what is the purpose of each role which is being mentioned in this question. So the correct answer is assign user1 the owner role for VNet1. Let's now look at the details of each of the roles being talked about here. The first one is network contributor role, which is being talked about in the first option. It lets you manage network, but not access to them, which is why this was not the correct answer. The second option talks about security reader roles, which allows you to view permissions for Microsoft Defender for cloud, can make recommendations, alerts, security policy, and security states, but cannot make changes. Now, the third one was the correct answer, but here we are going to talk about the generic contributor role first, and then we will go to the option which we choose as a correct one. So the contributor role again grants full access to manage all resources, but does not allow you to assign roles in Azure RBAC, which is what needs to be done in this question. So the right answer was owner role. Basically, owner role grants full access to manage all resources, including the ability to assign roles in Azure RBAC, making it as the correct option in this case. You can refer to the link on your screen to read more about other built-in roles that are available. There can be many variations to this question. So it is highly recommended that you are across what are the different type of built-in roles available in Azure. Question number 37. You have an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com. You have a CSV file that contains the names and email addresses of 500 external users. You need to create a guest user account in contoso.com for each of the 500 external users. Make a note of the keyword here. They are talking about external users. You should know that the process to create a user which is in your tenant is different as compared to external user, which is the key to answer this question. So the solution you choose is from Azure AD in the Azure portal, you use the bulk create user operation. Does this meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. No, it doesn't meet the goal. To send bulk invitations to external user, you'll follow these steps. Use bulk invite users to prepare a comma separated value, which is CSV file with the user information and invitation preferences. Upload the CSV file to Azure AD, and then you will verify the users were added to the directory. Basically, when you are adding the external users, you use invite option and not create option. Bulk create is for internal users, which is why I was telling you, you focus on the keyword that you need to deal with external users here. Moving on to question number 38. You plan to automate the deployment of a virtual machine scale set that uses the Windows Server 2016 data center image. You need to ensure that when the scale set virtual machines are provisioned, they have web server components installed. Which two actions should you perform? Your options are create an automation account, upload a configuration script, create an Azure policy, modify the extension profile section of the Azure Resource Manager template, create a new virtual machine scale set in the Azure portal. So the correct options in this case are option B and D. Upload a configuration script and modify the extension profile section of the Azure Resource Manager template. Let's look at why others are not correct. Let's start from bottom. Option E talks about creating virtual machine scale set from Azure portal. But then the question says automation. So this is incorrect as it will add manual effort. Try to eliminate the options. It is a very good way to deal with questions in any of the certification exams. Try to eliminate the wrong options, and then it will be very easy for you to answer. The next option, which is option C, is related to Azure policy, which is again incorrect as policies are used for governance. But here we need to install a web server component on virtual machine. Now the first option, which is automation account. Automation account will definitely be needed when trying to achieve an automation. However, it doesn't relate to installation of a web server component on a virtual machine, hence making it an incorrect option. Let's move to question number 39 now. You have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that runs Windows Server 2019. You need to create an alert in Azure when more than 2 error events are logged to the system event log on VM1 within an hour. The solution, you create an event subscription on VM1, you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify VM1 as the source. Does this meet the goal? You need to choose between yes and no. So it doesn't meet the goal. You need to specify log analytics as the source for this alert and not the VM. The detailed steps are you create a Azure log analytics workspace and configure the data settings. Then you will install the Microsoft monitoring agent on VM1 And then you create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify the Log Analytics workspace as the source. Again, there is a link on your screen. Refer to this link to understand this setup in more detail. Question number 40. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains an Azure Log Analytics workspace named Workspace 1. You need to view the error events from a table named Event. Which query should you run in Workspace 1? Your options are basically 4 different type of queries. And the correct answer is option C. You can refer to the link again on your screen to understand more about search operator and its syntax. It is very important that you go through the links which I mention in my videos to understand things in more detail, as there can be multiple variations to each question because Azure is very big and a small change can make variations to the questions. Your company has 2 on-premise servers named SRV01 and SRV02. Developers have created an application that runs on SRV01. The application calls a service on SRV02 by IP address. You plan to migrate the application on Azure virtual machines. You have configured 2 virtual machines on a single subnet in an Azure virtual network. You need to configure the 2 VMs with static internal IP address. What should you do? Your options are modify the IP properties in Windows Network and Sharing Center, run the set Azure static VNet IP PowerShell commandlet, modify the VM properties in the Azure Management Portal, run the new Azure RMVM config PowerShell commandlet, run the set Azure subnet PowerShell commandlet. There is a lot of data in the question, so key thing is to summarize it and not get confused with distractors. If I sum up this question, then you basically need to configure static internal IP addresses of Azure virtual machines. And the correct way to do that is using set Azure static VNet IP commandlet, which is option B in our case. The set Azure static VNet IP PowerShell commandlet is used to set a static internal IP address of an Azure virtual machine. This commandlet allows you to set the IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway for the virtual machine's network interface. Let's now look at why other options are not correct. So option A says modifying the IP addresses or IP properties in Windows Network and Sharing Center. It only applies to the local network interface of the VM and does not set a static internal IP address for the VM on the Azure virtual network. Option C is modifying VM properties in the Azure Management Portal. It does not provide a way to set static IP addresses for virtual machines. Option D, new Azure RMVM config is used to create a new virtual machine configuration object. And option E, set Azure subnet is used to modify the properties of an existing Azure subnet, not to set static IP addresses for virtual machines. I hope this clarifies why other options were not chosen as the correct answer. Let's go ahead with next question. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. You create an Azure storage account named Contoso Storage, and then you create a file share named Data. Which UNC path should you include in a script that references files from the data file share? Now you can get similar questions in the exam, and what you need to do in such questions is you need to drag the appropriate values to the correct targets on the right hand side in the answer area. And there can be variations to this. However, in this case, you can use each value can be used once, more than once, or not at all. In the left hand side in the values section, you have blob, Contoso storage, file.co.windows.net, data, blob.core.windows.net. On the right hand side in the answer area, you can see we have 3 blanks. So basically you need to drag 3 values from the value section in the answer area. Now it can be that you might have to drag a single value twice, or these 3 values can be different altogether. So the UNC path format is / storage account name dot file.core.windows.net / file share name. Remember, this is the UNC format. Now in this question, the storage account name is Contoso Storage and file share name is data. So going by the previous statement, the answer is / Contoso Storage dot file.core.windows.net / data. So basically you have used 3 values out of the 5 available ones, and none of them is repeated in this case. Moving on to question number 43. Your company has an Azure Active Directory tenant that is configured for hybrid existence with the on-premise Active Directory domain. The on-premise virtual environment consists of virtual machines running on Windows Server 2012 R2 Hyper-V host servers. You have created some PowerShell scripts to automate the configuration of newly created VMs. You plan to create several new VMs and need a solution that ensures the script are run on the new VMs. Which of the following is the best solution? Your options are: place the scripts in a new virtual machine hard disk, configure a group policy object to run the scripts as startup scripts, configure a setup complete.cmd batch file in the scripts directory, configure a group policy object to run the scripts as logon scripts. Now the correct answer in this case is option C, configure a setup complete.cmd batch file in the scripts directory under setup. Now Windows setup searches for the setup complete CMD in this directory when the startup happens. Let's look at this explanation in more detail now. Setup complete.cmd and error handler.cmd are custom scripts that run during or after the Windows setup process. They can be used to install applications or run other tasks by using C script / W script scripts. The setup complete.cmd runs with local system permissions and starts immediately after the user sees the desktop. This setting is disabled when using OEM product keys, except on enterprise editions and Windows Server operating systems. Error handler.cmd, which is not in the scope of this question, runs automatically when setup encounters a fatal error. It runs with local system permissions. Now there is a link on the screen. You can refer to this link to understand more about these things in detail. Moving on to question number 44. You have an Azure directory tenant named DevOps Hub and an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. DevOps Hub contains a group named Developers. Subscription 1 contains a resource group named Dev. You need to provide the developers group with the ability to create Azure Logic Apps in the Dev resource group. The solution you choose is, on Subscription 1, you assign the Logic App operator role to the developers group. Does this meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. Now let's understand what Logic App operator role is. This role lets you read, enable, and disable Logic apps, but not edit or update them. The requirement in this case is to create them. Hence, this is an incorrect solution. You would need the Logic App contributor role, which lets you manage Logic apps. So there can be a variation to this question. If the solution was talking about the Logic App contributor role, then you would have chosen yes as the answer. Next question. Your company has an Azure Active Directory tenant that is configured for hybrid coexistence with the on-premise Active Directory domain. You plan to deploy several new virtual machines in Azure. The VMs will have the same operating system and custom software requirements. You configure a reference VM in the on-premise virtual environment. You then generalize the VM to create an image. So basically, you have created a VM image. You need to upload the image to Azure to ensure that it is available for selection when you create the new Azure VMs. Which PowerShell commandlet should you use? Your options are add AZ image data disk, add AZ image, add AZ VHD, and the last option is add AZ VM. The correct answer in this case is option C, add AZ VHD. This commandlet uploads on-premise virtual hard disks in .vhd file format to a blob storage account as fixed virtual hard disks. You can refer to the link to understand more about this command and how the images are uploaded. Question number 46. You have an Azure policy as shown in the following exhibit. What is the effect of the policy? Your options are: you can create Azure SQL servers in Contoso RG1 only. You are prevented from creating Azure SQL servers in Contoso RG1 only. You can create Azure SQL servers in any resource group within subscription. You are prevented from creating Azure SQL servers anywhere in subscription one. Let's try to read the policy from top to bottom. Firstly, scope defines which level is the policy applied at, and in this case, it is applied at subscription level. Next is the exclusion section. And you can see Contoso RG1 is exempted. So everything under subscription 1 will need to adhere to this policy except Contoso RG1 resource group. Now, next is the policy definition. It is the section which I have highlighted now. Here, certain resource types are not allowed to be created. And finally, the parameter section says the resource group which is not allowed is the resource which is not allowed is Microsoft SQL Server. So if I sum up whatever I just said, then it means you can't create resource type SQL servers in subscription 1 except Contoso RG1. And if we rephrase this statement, then it means you can create SQL servers in Contoso RG1 only, which is the right answer, option A in our case. I hope this clarifies to you how we read the policy from top to bottom. I already have created a detailed video around Azure policies. If you are interested in learning more about how the Azure policy works and what is the hierarchy, you can go through the video. I'll put the link to the video in the description section of this one. Let's move to the next question. You have an Azure AD tenant named DevOpsHub.com that contains the groups shown in the table on the left. DevOpsHub.com contains the users shown in the table on the right. Now, on the left table, we have 3 groups, group 1, group 2, and group 3. And then we are shown with the membership of these groups. So group 1 is not nested to any group, but group 2 is member of group 1 and group 3 is member of group 2. So we are talking about nested relationships here. On the right hand side, the table has again in the names, now you have users and the membership is which user is added to which group. So user 1 is part of group 1, user 2 is part of group 2, user 3 is part of group 3, and user 4 is not part of any of the groups. Now, the condition is you assign the Azure Active Directory Premium plan to license to group 1 and user 4. Which users are assigned the Azure Active Directory Premium plan to license? Now we are talking about Azure AD P2 license here, and the license is directly applied to group 1 and user 4 only. And we need to tell to which all users will it get applied ultimately. Your options are user 1, 2, and 4 only, user 4 only, user 1 and 4 only, user 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is like all users. Now, whenever dealing with Azure Active Directory license assignment to a nested group, you need to remember that assignment to nested groups is not supported. If you assign a license to nested group, then it will only be applied to first level members of the group. Again, I repeat, it will only be applied to the first level members of the group. In this case, it is assigned to user 4 and group 1. So user 4 will get it assigned. And then if you look at both the tables, then you will notice user 1 is the first level member, which means it will get the Azure AD P2 license, and group 2 or 3 are nested, which contain other users, so they won't get the license assigned. Therefore, the correct answer in this case is option C, user 1 and user 4 only. I hope it is clear to you. If you have any doubts, then you can post them in the comments section, and I'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Now on my screen, there is a link which you can refer to understand the limitations and known issues which you'll face when you are dealing with nested groups and Azure AD P2 license. Let's move to next question. Your company has an Azure subscription that includes a storage account, a resource group, a blob container, and a file share. A colleague named Jim Taylor makes use of a solitary Azure Resource Manager ARM template to deploy a virtual machine and an additional Azure storage account. You want to review the ARM template that was used by Jim Taylor. Solution is you access the resource group blade. Does the solution meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. Yes, this is the correct solution. To view a template from deployment history, you just need to go to the resource group and should be able to see the result of last deployment. Upon clicking on this, it will show you the summary of the deployment, which will include the template used for deployment and the parameters passed. Question number 49. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 and an on-premise deployment of Microsoft System Center Service Manager. Subscription 1 contains a virtual machine named VM1. You need to ensure that an alert is set in Service Manager when the amount of available memory on VM1 is below 10%. What should you do first? Your options are deploy a function app, create an automation runbook, create a notification, deploy the IT service management connector ITSM. The correct answer in this case is option D. Deploy the IT service management connector ITSM. It allows you to connect Azure and a supported IT service management product or service such as Microsoft System Center Service Manager. Next question. You have 3 offices and an Azure subscription that contains an Azure Active Directory tenant. You need to grant user management permissions to a local administrator in each office. What should you use? Your options are access packages in Azure AD Entitlement Management, Azure Roles, Administrative Units, Azure AD Roles. The correct answer is option C, Administrative Units. Administrative units restrict permissions in a role to any portion of your organization that you define. You could, for example, use administrative units to delegate the help desk administrator role to regional support specialists so they can manage users only in the region that they support. You can refer to this link to understand more about administrative units in Azure. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Subscription 1 contains the resource groups in the following table. Now, in the table, you have three resource groups named RG1, RG2, and RG3, and they are hosted in Azure regions, including West Europe, North Europe, France Central, and there are three policies named Policy 1, Policy 2, and Policy 3 applied to the respective resource groups. Resource group 1, which is RG1, has a web app named Web App 1. Web App 1 is located in West Europe. You move Web App 1 to RG2. What is the effect of the move? So basically, a resource group contains Web App 1, and this Web App 1 is moved from RG1 to RG2. You need to determine what is the effect of the move on Web App 1. Your options are: the app service plan for Web App 1 moves to North Europe. Policy 1 applies to Web App 1. Option 2, the app service plan for Web App 1 remains in West Europe. Policy 2 applies to Web App 1. Option 3, the app service plan for Web App 1 moves to North Europe. Policy 2 applies to Web App 1. Option 4, the app service plan for Web App 1 remains in West Europe. Policy 1 applies to Web App 1. Now, all these options are a combination of either the location, the region of the Web App 1 is changing, or a different policy is getting applied. Whenever you are dealing with such situations, you need to know that moving a resource only moves it to a new resource group or subscription. It doesn't change the location of the resource. So the app service plan will remain same in West Europe. Based on this statement, you can eliminate option A and option C. Let's now look at which policy will be applied, as that's the second part of the solution. Policy in this case is scoped to resource group. As you can see, RG1 has policy 1, RG2 has policy 2, and RG3 has policy 3. So as soon as you move to a new resource group, the policy corresponding to target resource group will get applied, which means after the move, app service will have policy 2 applied. So the correct answer is option B. The app service plan for Web App 1 remains in West Europe. Policy 2 applies to Web App 1. Let's look at next question of the series. You deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster named cluster 1 that uses the IP addresses shown in the following table. Now there are 4 IP addresses, and then the assigned to table shows to which section or feature the IP address is applied to. You need to provide internet users with access to the applications that run in cluster 1. Which IP address should you include in the DNS record for cluster 1? Your options are 192.168.10.2, 172.17.7.1, 131.107.2.1, 10.0.10.11. Now here you are trying to expose the application over internet, which means you will need a public IP. Looking at the table, you can easily identify 131.107.2.1 is a public IP. This you can identify based if you have just the basic knowledge of IP addresses. Now, in case you are not a networking person, then also the question has hint in the assigned to section where it says in the first IP, which is the right answer, it says load balancer front end. Front end is usually associated with the endpoint that is used by users to access the application. So even if you don't have the networking knowledge, it doesn't need very advanced networking knowledge. But if you don't have the basic networking knowledge as well, then also you can answer this question just looking at the assigned to section. Let's move to question number 53 of the series. You have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that runs Windows Server 2019. The VM was deployed using default drive settings. Remember a keyword here, default drive settings. You sign into VM1 as a user named user1 and perform the following actions. The action that you perform are create files on drive C, create files on drive D, modify the screensaver timeout, change the desktop background. You plan to redeploy the VM. Now you want to redeploy the VM. What changes will be lost after you redeploy the VM? So you make some changes to the VM and now you want to redeploy it. And you need to determine which changes will be lost after you redeploy VM. Your options are the new files on drive D, the new desktop background, the modified screensaver timeout, the new files on drive D. After you redeploy a VM, all the data that you saved on the temporary disk or the ephemeral disk is lost. Since the VM is deployed with default settings, that means D drive is the temporary disk here. So files created in D drive will be lost when the VM is redeployed. So the correct answer is option D, new files on drive D. Now, as a note, I would like to tell you that the dynamic IP addresses associated with virtual network interface are also updated when a VM is redeployed. So there can be another part in this question talking about the IP addresses associated with virtual network as well. Let's move to question 54 of the series. You have an Azure storage account named Storage1 that uses Azure Blob Storage and Azure File Storage. You need to use AZ copy to copy data to the blob storage and file storage in Storage1. Which authentication method should you use for each type of storage? To answer, you just need to select the appropriate options in the answer area. Now for blob storage and file storage, you have similar options, and the options are Azure Active Directory only, shared access signatures only, access keys and shared access signature only, Azure AD and shared access signature only, Azure AD, access keys and shared access signatures, which means all three options. So the correct answers are for blob storage, you can use Azure AD and SAS only. And for file storage, you can only use SAS. Now let's look at the detailed explanation. As you can see, here is a screenshot from Microsoft to support the answer where you can clearly see when authorizing AZ copy, then you can use Azure AD and SAS with blob storage, and SAS only authentication is supported for file storage. You can refer to the link on my screen now, which will provide you more details around how you authorize AZ copy and what all authentication methods are available and how they can be configured. Next question. You have an Azure subscription linked to an Azure Active Directory tenant. The tenant includes a user account named user1. You need to ensure that user1 can assign a policy to the tenant root management group. What should you do? Your options are assign the global administrator role to user1 and then instruct user1 to configure access management for Azure resources. Create a new management group and delegate user1 as the owner of the new management group. Assign the owner role for the Azure subscription to user1 and then instruct user1 to configure access management for Azure resources. Assign the owner role for the Azure subscription to user1 and then modify the default conditional access policies. So the correct answer in this case is assign the global administrator role to user1 and then instruct user1 to configure access management for Azure resources. Question number 56. You have an Azure subscription that contains a web app named webapp1. You need to add a custom domain named www.contoso.com to webapp1. What should you do first? create a DNS record, upload a certificate, add a connection string, stop web app 1. The correct answer is option A, create a DNS record. You can either use a CNAME record or an A record to map a custom DNS name to app service. It is recommended to use CNAME for custom domain and A record for root domains. Question number 57. You deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster named AKS1. You need to deploy a YAML file to AKS1. Solution you choose is from Azure CLI, you run the kubectl client. Does this meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. Yes, this is the correct solution. To deploy the YAML file, you need to run the below command, which is on your screen. Kubectl apply -f is the parameter, and then whatever is your file name .yaml. Again, there is a link on your screen. Go through this link to understand more about Azure Kubernetes cluster and their deployments. Let's move to question number 58 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains a virtual machine named VM1. VM1 hosts a line of business application that is available 24 hours a day. VM1 has one network interface and one managed disk. VM1 uses the DSv3 size. You plan to make the following changes to VM1. Change the size to DPSv5, add a 500 GB managed disk, add the Puppet agent extension, enable desired state configuration management. Which change will cause downtime for VM1? Now you have a critical line of business application which is used 24/7, and you are making some changes to the application which are mentioned, and you need to determine which of the change will cause downtime. Your options are add the Puppet agent extension, add a 500 GB managed disk, change the size of DPSv5, enable desired state configuration management. Now, changing the size of an Azure virtual machine involves a stop and restart of the virtual machine, which will cause downtime for the critical application hosted on VM1. So the correct answer is option C, change the size to DPSv5. Now, adding a managed disk, installing the Puppet agent extension, or enabling desired state configuration management will not cause any downtime for VM1, so they are not the correct options. Next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains a Azure Kubernetes service cluster named AKS1. The auto scaling feature is enabled. You need to configure the minimum and maximum node counts for AKS1. Which commandlet should you use? Your options are set AZ-AKS cluster, start AZ-AKS cluster, update AZ-AKS node pool, set AZ-AKS cluster credential. Now, the set AZ-AKS cluster can be used to set minimum and maximum node counts for the cluster. Node max count parameter is used for setting maximum number of nodes for auto scaling, and node min count is used for setting minimum number of nodes for auto scaling. I have links to both of these parameters so that you can read through them in more detail and understand them on how they can be used in practical scenarios. Now, talking about the questions talking about the answers which are incorrect. The start AZ-AKS cluster is used to start an Azure Kubernetes cluster. Update AZ-AKS node pool is used to update node pool in a managed cluster. And set AZ-AKS cluster credential is used to reset the service principal of an existing AKS cluster. So if this question is reworded and a different functionality is asked, you know 3 options which will help you in answering a different type of question. Let's move to next question of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure container app named Container App 1. You plan to add scaling rules to Container App 1. you need to ensure that container app 1 replicas are created based on received messages in the Azure Service Bus. Which scale trigger should you use? Your options are HTTP driven, event driven, memory usage, and CPU usage. So the correct answer is option B, event driven. Scaling is driven by three different categories of triggers. It can be a HTTP, which is based on the number of concurrent HTTP requests to your revision. It can be a TCP trigger based on the number of concurrent TCP connections to your revision. And it can be a custom trigger, which can be created based on CPU, memory, or supported event-driven data source, which is what is asked in this question. And the driven sources can be Azure Service Bus, Azure Event Hubs, Apache Kafka, and Redis. In this question, they are talking about Azure Service Bus, but you can see there are different data sources which are supported, which can be Azure Event Hubs or Kafka or Redis. So again, this question can be reworded to a different question, or probably a different source can be used. So it is very important that you remember there are other sources as well that are supported apart from Azure Service Bus. You have an Azure subscription that contains two log analytics workspaces named Workspace 1 and Workspace 2, and 100 virtual machines that run Windows Server. You need to collect performance data and events from the virtual machines. The solution must meet the following requirements. Logs must be sent to Workspace 1 and Workspace 2. All Windows events must be captured. All security events must be captured. What should you install and configure on each virtual machine? Your options are Windows Azure Diagnostic Extension, Azure Monitor Agent, Windows VM Agent. To collect performance data and events from the virtual machines and meet the specified requirements, you should install and configure the Azure Monitor Agent on each virtual machine. The Azure Monitor Agent is responsible for collecting and sending performance data, logs, and events from the virtual machine to Azure Monitor. It supports collecting both Windows events and security events, which is a requirement in this question. You can define a data collection rule to send data from multiple machines to multiple log analytics workspaces. Again, this is a requirement that you need to send logs from both workspaces. And this includes workspaces in different regions or tenants as well. On your screen, you can see a URL, which you can use to understand more about how to create a data collection rule. Now let's look at why other options are not right. The other option, which is Windows Azure Diagnostic Extension, is primarily used for collecting diagnostic data from Azure virtual machines and cloud services. And it is not applicable in this scenario since you are using virtual machines running on Windows Server. The Windows VM agent is responsible for managing and configuring virtual machines in Azure, but does not provide the necessary functionality for collecting and sending performance data and events to Azure Monitor, making it an incorrect choice. Let's look at next question of the series. You have an Azure subscription that uses the public IP addresses shown in the following table. Now the table has three IPs, all are IP version 6, and their SKU is for first two, it is basic, and the last one is standard. The IP address assignment for IP1 and IP3 is static, and the IP2 is dynamic. When it comes to availability zone, IP1 and IP2 don't have any availability zone applicable, and for IP3, it is zone redundant. Now you need to create a public Azure standard load balancer. Which public IP address can you use? Now the matching SKUs are required for load balancers and public IP resources as per the official Microsoft documentation. Now here you can see load balancer is a standard one, and in the table you can see only IP3 is the one which has standard SKU. So the correct answer is option B, IP3 only. Question number 63 of the series. Your company has a series of virtual machines created as part of their Azure subscription. They want to ensure the IT administrative team is notified if any of the virtual machines go into the deallocated state. Which of the following could you perform to fulfill this requirement? Your options are enable diagnostic logs for the virtual machine, create an alert based on the activity log for the virtual machine, assign a resource tag for the virtual machine, and then create an alert based on that resource tag. Create an Azure policy using an inbuilt definition from the compute category. Now, by creating an alert based on the activity log, you can configure a condition to trigger an alert whenever a virtual machine goes into the deallocated space. The activity log records all the management events and operations performed on Azure resources, including the state change of virtual machines, which is what we are trying to capture here, the deallocated state of the virtual machine. As like previous questions, now let's look at why other options are not correct. Enabling diagnostic logs for the virtual machine would provide detailed monitoring and troubleshooting information, but does not specifically address the requirement of notifying the IT administrative team about the deallocated state. Now, option C, assigning a resource tag for the virtual machine and creating an alert based on that resource tag can help with organizing and managing resources, but it doesn't directly capture the state change of the virtual machine. Option D, which is creating an Azure policy using an inbuilt definition from the computer category, helps enforce specific rules and configurations, just like all other Azure policies, but may not provide the real-time notifications for the deallocated state, making it an incorrect choice. Next question. Your company has an Azure subscription that includes a storage account, a resource group, a blob container, and a file share. A colleague named Jim Taylor makes use of a solitary Azure Resource Manager template to deploy a virtual machine and an additional Azure storage account. You want to review the ARM template that was used by Jim Taylor. Solution is you access the virtual machine blade. Does the solution meet the goal? You need to tell yes or no. And no, this solution doesn't meet the goal. Accessing the virtual machine blade would not allow you to review the ARM template that was used by the user Jim Taylor. To review the ARM template used by Jim, you would typically need to access the deployment history or template deployment section within the Azure portal. From there, you can view the deployment history and find the specific deployment made by the user. Within the deployment details, you can access the ARM template that was used for deployment, and you can review its contents as well. Question number 65. Your company has an Azure Active Directory tenant named DevOpsHub2023.com. Company has appointed user 1 to review all the settings of the tenant. As an admin, your job is to ensure that user 1 can review all the settings of the tenant. However, user 1 must be prevented from changing any settings. Which role should you assign to user 1? Your options are security reader, directory reader, global reader, and reports reader. And the correct answer in this case is option C, global reader. When you grant global reader role to the user, they can read everything that a global administrator can, but not update anything, making it a correct choice in this case. Next question. You have an Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.onmicrosoft.com that contains 100 user accounts. You purchase 20 Azure AD Premium P2 licenses for the tenant. You need to ensure that 20 users can use all the Azure AD Premium features. What should you do? Your options are from the license blade of Azure AD, assign a license. From the directory role blade of each user, modify the directory role. From the Azure AD domain, add an enterprise application. From the groups blade of each user, invite the users to a group. And the correct answer in this case is from the license blade of Azure AD, assign a license. Now, by assigning the Azure AD Premium P2 licenses to specific users from the license plate of Azure AD, you can grant them access to all the features and capabilities offered by Azure AD Premium. This action allows you to assign the licenses directly to the 20 users who need the premium feature. Question number 67. You have a sync group named Sync1 that has a cloud endpoint. The cloud endpoint includes a file named file1.txt. Your on-premise network contains servers that run Windows Server 2019. The servers are configured as shown in the following table. Now you have two servers who have shares with the name of share1 and share2, and share1 contains file1.txt and file2.txt, and share2 contains file2.txt and file3.txt. You add share1 as an endpoint for sync1. 1 hour later, you add share2 as an endpoint for sync1. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Now you will get a bunch of statements which you need to tell whether they are right or wrong based on the scenario explained in the question. Now the first statement is, on the cloud endpoint, file1.txt is overwritten by file1.txt from share1. Now you can see the cloud endpoint already has a file named file1.txt, and share1, which is mapped, also has a file named file1.txt. So the question or a statement is, on the cloud endpoint, file1.txt is overwritten by file1.txt from share1. No. When you add share1 as an endpoint for sync1, it does not automatically override any files on the cloud endpoint. The initial synchronization process will compare the files in share1 and the cloud endpoint and ensure that they are in sync. So they don't get overridden by default. Now the next statement is, on server 1, file1.txt is overwritten by file1.txt from cloud endpoint. Again, no. When you add share1 and share2 as endpoints for sync1, it does not automatically override any files on the on-premise servers like server 1. The initial synchronization process will compare the files in the cloud endpoint and on-premise servers and ensure they are in sync. The statement, the answer to this statement is exactly same as that of the previous statement. There, a different scenario of overwritten was talked about. Here we are talking about a different scenario of overriding files. But the explanation is same. The files will not get override in the initial synchronization process. Let's look at third statement. File1.txt from share1 replicates to share2. Yes, when you add share1 and share2 as endpoints for sync1, the files in share1 will be replicated to share2. Since file1 is included in share1, it will be replicated to share2 as part of the synchronization process. Sync1 ensures that the file in the different endpoints of the sync group are kept in sync. So the statement would be applicable for other files as well. If they are missing from one share, they will get replicated to the other share. Question number 68 of the series. Development team for your project asks you to provision an Azure storage account for their use. To remain in compliance with IT security policy, you need to ensure that the new Azure storage account meets the following requirements. Now, the requirements are: data must be encrypted at rest. Access keys must facilitate automatic rotation. The company must manage the access keys. What should you do? Your options are: create a service endpoint between the storage account and a virtual network, require secure transfer for the storage account, enable storage service encryption SSE on the storage account, configure the storage account to store its keys in Azure Key Vault. And the correct answer in this case is option D. Configure the storage account to store its keys in Azure Key Vault. Let's look at why other options are not correct. You should not create a service endpoint between the storage account and a VNet. A service endpoint allows you to limit traffic to a storage account from resources residing on the Azure VNet. Now, secure transfer, which is option B, you should not require secure transfer for the storage account. Secure transfer forces all REST API calls to use HTTPS instead of HTTP. This feature has nothing to do with either access keys or their management and rotation. And the third option, you should not enable SSE on the storage account for two reasons. First, SSE is enabled automatically on all Azure storage accounts and encrypts all storage account data at rest. Second, SSE in its native form uses Microsoft managed access key, which violates the scenario constraint for customer managed keys. The third requirement is there should be the company must manage the access keys, which is what we are talking about, customer managed access key. So the correct answer in this case is option D, configure the storage account to store its keys in Azure Key Vault. Let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains the following resources: 120 Azure virtual machines, 20 Azure SQL databases, 50 Azure file shares. You need to create a daily backup of all the resources by using Azure Backup. What is the minimum number of backup policies that you must create? Now, your options are 1, 2, 3, 150, or 170. The minimum number of backup policies you must create in this case is 2. Now, let's look at why 2. As you can see on my screen, with Azure Backup, you can create a single backup policy that can be applied to multiple resources of the same type. However, a single backup policy can have a maximum of 100 virtual machines. So in this case, since you have 120 Azure virtual machines, which means you will need at least 2 backup policies to accommodate this requirement. If the question had maybe 90 virtual machines, then one backup policy would have been enough in that case. So it is very critical that whenever there is some data mentioned in the question, make sure that you are looking at the numbers as well, because they might give you the numbers which are just at the border, which is what is seen in this case. Let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription that has a recovery services vault named Vault 1. The subscription contains the virtual machines shown in the following table. VM1, VM2, VM3, and VM4 are the 4 VMs. And the operating systems are Windows 10, Ubuntu Server, Windows Server 2012 R2, and Windows Server 2016. Now, the machines also have an auto shutdown schedule. 2 machines, which are VM1 and VM4, are getting shut down at 8 p.m., whereas the other machines don't have an auto shutdown schedule. You plan to schedule backups to occur every night at 11. Which virtual machines can you back up by using Azure Backup? Now, the options are, the first one is VM1 only, second one is VM1 and VM2, third one is VM1 and VM3, and the fourth one is VM1, VM2, VM3, and VM4. Now, in this case, you should be able to back up all the VMs using Azure Backup. Let's look at detailed explanation for saying why all VMs can be backed up in this case. So in the table, you can see 2 of the VMs are getting auto shutdown at 8. And the first statement which I have there in the explanation says Azure Backup supports backup of VMs that are shut down or offline. So even though you have a shutdown schedule here, it doesn't really matter. It is just there so to confuse you. But even if a VM is shut down, its backup can be taken. Now, the second statement is Azure Backup supports backup of 64-bit Windows Server operating systems from Windows Server 2008. And the 2 VMs, which are VM3 and VM4, are obviously released after Windows Server 2008. So, which pretty much confirms VM3 and VM4 can be backed up. Now, again, the Azure backup supports Windows 10 operating system as well, which means VM1 can also be backed up, and Azure backup supports Ubuntu operating systems as well, which are above 12.04. And here the Ubuntu server we have is 18.04 LTS. So that can also be backed up, making the option which has all the VMs listed as the correct answer. And there is a link on your screen at the moment, which you can refer to read more about the different metrics that are applicable when you are doing backups using Azure Backup. You administer a solution in Azure that is currently having performance issues. You need to find the cause of the performance issues pertaining to metrics on the Azure infrastructure. Which of the following is the tool you should use to analyze the performance issues? So your infrastructure is having issues. The infrastructure is hosted on Azure, and you need to find which tool you can use to analyze these performance issues. Your options are Azure Monitor, Azure Activity Log, Azure Traffic Analytics, Azure Advisor. Azure Monitor is the tool you should use to diagnose performance issues related to metrics on the Azure infrastructure. It helps you gain insights into the performance and availability of your application and resources by collecting data from various sources, including metrics, logs, and activity data. Let's now look at why others are not right. Azure Activity Log provides information around operations performed on resources in your subscription. Azure Traffic Analytics is more focused on analyzing network traffic patterns. And Azure Advisor, as the name suggests, provides best practice recommendations for improving the performance, security, and reliability of your Azure resources. Next question. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains a resource group named RG1. In RG1, you create an internal load balancer named LB1 and a public load balancer named LB2. You need to ensure that an administrator named Admin1 can manage both the load balancers LB1 and LB2. The solution must follow the principle of least privilege. Which role should you assign to admin1 for each task? Now the tasks are, you need to add a backend pool to LB1, and the second task is you need to add a health probe to LB2. So in both the tasks, you are performing either a different operation on both the load balancers. Now the options that have been given to you are contributor on LB1, network contributor on LB1, network contributor on RG1, and owner of LB1. Similarly, you have corresponding issues for LB2, where LB1 has been replaced by LB2. And you just have one resource group, so the option related to resource group remains same. So before we go to look at these options in detail, you need to understand that in Azure, you can specify a scope at 4 levels, which are management groups, subscriptions, resource groups, and resources. This pretty much follows the hierarchy in Azure. I already have a detailed video around how to differentiate between different things and what is the hierarchy in Azure. So if you don't know these terms yet, then go through the video to understand the hierarchy in more detail. Now the question here specifically talks about principle of least privilege. So we can rule out anything at resource group level, as this will be too broad permission. So we will strike out option 3 in both of the cases. Now the remaining options are focused on individual resources. So let's look at which role is least privileged and allows you to do the necessary task. The standard owner and contributor role are not specific to any resource type. However, the question specifically talks about load balancers, so both of them are again an incorrect choice. Now the remaining option, this leaves us with just one option, which is network contributor on LB1 and LB2 is the correct choice here. The network contributor role lets you manage networks but not access them. Question number 73 of the series. You have an Azure DNS zone named DevOpsHub.com. You need to delegate a subdomain named cicd.devopshub.com to a different DNS server in Azure. What should you do? Your options are create a PTR record named CICD in DevOpsHub.com zone, create a NS record named CICD in the DevOpsHub.com zone, create a record named star.cicd in the DevOpsHub.com zone, modify the SOA record of DevOpsHub.com. To delegate a subdomain named cicd.devopshub.com to a different DNS server in Azure, you should create a NS record named CICD in the DevOpsHub.com zone. The NS record or name server record specifies the authoritative DNS server responsible for resolving the subdomain cicd.devopshub.com. By creating this NS record, you are delegating the resolution of the subdomain to a different DNS server. Next question. You have an Azure subscription named Sub1 that contains the Azure resources shown in the table. Now the table has 3 Azure resources with the name RG1, Storage1, and VNet1. And on the right side, you have the type of the resources. As the name indicates, RG1 is a resource group, Storage1 is a storage account, VNet1 is the virtual network. You assign an Azure policy that has the following settings. Now you are assigning an Azure policy on the set of resources. And the settings are, the scope of the policy is Sub1, which is subscription 1. And there is exclusion as well. So the exclusion is applied on a resource level, and you can see VNet1 is excluded from the policy. Policy definition is append a tag and its value to resources. Policy enforcement is enabled, which tells the policy is enabled. Now, as you can see in the policy description, it's basically appending a tag and its value to resources. So the tag name is tag4 and the tag value is value 4. You assign tags to the resources as shown in the table. You have different resources and tags in the table. Sub1 has a tag, tag1, subscription. RG1 has a tag called tag2, IT. Storage1 has a tag called tag3, value A. VNet1 has a tag called tag3, value 2. Now, for each of the following statements, you need to select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Your first statement is RG1 has the tag2, IT tag assigned only. Now, based on the policy definition, to append a tag and its value to resources, this statement will be true, as here we are talking about tags on a resource group. So there will be no change to the tags assigned to RG1. The second statement is Storage1 has the tags, tag1, its value is subscription, tag2, its value is IT, tag3's value is value 1, and tag4 value is value 4 tags assigned. Storage1 is a resource which was created before policy was applied, and the policy doesn't have any remediation plan associated. So the tag should remain same. Hence the statement is incorrect, because initially Storage1 has just one tag, which is tag3, and its value is value 1. The third statement, VNet1 has tag2 with value IT and tag3 with value 2 tags assigned. Resources don't inherit the tags you apply to a resource group or a subscription. So this statement is again incorrect, as originally you can see VNet1 had just one tag, which was tag3 with a value 2. But here in the statement, they have a different tag coming, and that was not a tag which was defined in the policy. Rather, it was a tag which was at a resource group level. And as my last statement, the tags are not inherited. So VNet1 will still have just one tag, which is tag 3 with the value 2. Next question. You have a hybrid deployment of Azure Active Directory that contains the users shown in the following table. Now you have 3 users, of which user 1 and user 2 are member type and user 3 is guest type. And then user 2 has on-premise sync enabled, whereas user 1 and 3 do not have. What this tells us is user 2 is a user which was created in on-prem Active Directory and has been synced to Azure Active Directory. This is a critical thing in this question here. You need to modify the job title and usage location attributes for the users. For which user can you modify the attributes from Azure AD? Now, for the first part of this question, the attribute that you are modifying is job title. And in the answers, obviously, you have a combination of different users. So as I was putting emphasis on on-prem sync enabled attribute as true for user 2, this was because you must use Windows Server Active Directory to update the identity, contact info, or job info for users whose source of authority is Windows Server Active Directory. And in this case, user 2 has an on-premise sync enabled, so you can't update its job title from Azure AD. That means the correct answer here is user 1 and user 3 only. Now in the next part, you are modifying the usage location. Usage location is something which is set only on the cloud side for all users. So you should be able to update it for all users from Azure AD, irrespective of on-premise sync setup, which is why the correct answer here is user 1, 2, and 3, all of them.
Before we proceed, folks, I would like to introduce you to my TopMate profile. If you are seeking guidance on clearing certification exams, considering a career transition into DevOps or cloud computing, or require support with resume reviews or mock interviews, you can easily schedule a one-to-one session with me via TopMate. You will also find digital products available for purchase, including PDF version of all the certification questions featured on the channel. PDF will be available for download instantly as soon as purchase is completed. For any specific queries, feel free to use the priority DM option. I will respond as soon as possible. Do not forget to take advantage of the tips and coupon codes available at the top of my TopMate profile to enjoy these benefits at minimal cost. Friends, link to my TopMate profile is available in the description section of this video.
Let's look at next question. You have an Azure storage account named Storage1. You have an Azure app service named App1 and an app named App2 that runs in an Azure container instance. Each app uses a managed identity. You need to ensure that App1 and App2 can read blobs from Storage1. The solution must meet the following requirements. And your requirements are: minimize the number of secrets used, ensure that App2 can only read from Storage1 for the next 30 days. What should you configure in Storage1 for each app? And the first part of the question is talking about App1. And the options are advanced security, access control or IAM, access keys, shared access signatures, also called as SAS. As you would have read in the question, both the apps use managed identity. So the app 1 can use the storage account via IAM. As per the requirement, we need to minimize the number of secrets used. So access key is not an ideal option here. You always need to focus on the requirements as well, because due to different requirements, the option that you choose as a solution will change in most of the cases. Here, you could have easily chosen access keys as well, because obviously that's a better method of access, but the question has a requirement to minimize the number of secrets used. That's why we have chosen IAM as our option. Now for app 2, you have a specific requirement here in the question that app 2 needs the ability to only read data from storage 1 for the next 30 days. So we are talking about temporary credentials, and for that we will create a shared access signature token, which is SAS, with a validity of 30 days that will allow read access to the necessary containers or blobs. Now, when creating a SAS token, you can scope it to specific containers, blobs, and operations, which helps you control the level of access App2 has during the 30-day period. So I hope, friends, you have understood why I have chosen access control for App1 and why I have chosen SAS for App2. If you have any doubts in the questions and answers that I am choosing throughout the series, and you think there are some issues which have led me to choosing wrong options, then post them in the comment section and we will be happy to resolve your queries. And in case we have chosen a wrong option, we will make amendments. Let's look at question number 77. You need to create an Azure storage account that meets the following requirements. Now, the requirements are minimize costs, support hot, cool, and archive blob tiers, provide fault tolerance if a disaster affects the Azure region where the account resides, select the appropriate options to complete the command you should use. Your command is AZ storage account create, then RG1 is the name of the resource group, storage account 1 is the name of the storage account. Now you need to choose which kind of storage you will create and which is the SKU you will use. Out of the option provided in the question, it's only storage V2 kind that supports hot, cool, and archive blob tiers, making it the correct choice here. Now, the other requirement here is fault tolerance if a disaster affects the Azure region where the account resides. So the right SKU that needs to be chosen here will be standard_GRS. So again, as I was telling you in the previous question, it is the requirements, the small keywords in the requirement that can change your correct answer. So please pay attention to the requirements. Question number 78 of the series. You plan to use the Azure import-export service to copy files to a storage account. Which 2 files should you create before you prepare the drives for the import job? Your options are a dataset CSV file, an XML manifest file, a JSON configuration file, a drive set CSV file, a PowerShell PS1 file. And the correct answers here are option A and option D, a dataset CSV file and a drive set CSV file. You can refer to the link on your screen to understand the detailed steps to be followed when preparing drives for the import jobs, as there are many more things that you need to do apart from just creating these 2 files. Question number 79. You create an Azure storage account. You plan to add 15 blob containers to the storage account. For one of the containers, you need to use a different key to encrypt data at rest. What should you do before you create the container? So basically, you have an Azure storage account and you plan to add 15 blob containers to that account, but you need to use a different key to encrypt data at rest for one of the containers. That is the requirement of the question. Now your options are modify the minimum TLS version, rotate the access keys, create an encryption scope, generate a shared access signature. Before you create the container and use a different key to encrypt data at rest, you should create an encryption scope, which is option C here. An encryption scope is a feature that allows you to use different keys to encrypt data for specific containers within an Azure storage account. By creating an encryption scope, you can associate it with the container that needs to use a different key for encryption, which is one of the requirements of this question. Question number 80. You have an Azure subscription. You plan to deploy a new storage account. You need to configure encryption for the account, and the solution must meet the following requirements. Use the maximum supported bit length. use a customer managed key stored in a key vault. Which type of key and which bit length should you use? Now in the keys you have AES, RSA and 3DES, and the bit length here is 2048, 3072, 4096 and 8192. Azure Storage Encryption supports RSA and RSA HSM keys of sizes 2048, 3072 and 4096. Based on that, the correct options here are key would be RSA and bit length would be 4096. That is the maximum bit length which is supported. So automatically 8192 is not the right options, and since the question says since one of the requirements in the question is use the maximum supported bit length, that is the reason we have chosen 4096 and not 2048 or 3072.
You have an Azure load balancer named LB1. You assign a user named user1 the roles shown in the following exhibit. Now there is an exhibit screenshot on your screen where you can see the roles that are assigned. Now looking at this exhibit, you can see user1 has two roles assigned for LB1, which is user access administrator and virtual machine contributor. User access administrator is directly applied for this resource. As you can see, the scope is this resource, whereas virtual machine contributor is inherited from resource group level. Keeping this in mind, let's look at next part of this question. Select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphic section on previous slide. User1 can dash LB1. So the first role was user administrator. And based on the role name, you can say correct answer for this case would be assign access to other users for LB1. Next statement is user1 can dash the resource group. The second role was virtual machine contributor, and based on it, the correct answer would be delete a virtual machine from resource group. The other options, modify the load balancing rules or deploy an Azure Kubernetes service cluster to the resource group, are not relevant options here. Let's look at next question. You recently created a new Azure subscription that contains a user named admin1. Admin1 attempts to deploy an Azure Marketplace resource by using an Azure Resource Manager template. Admin1 deploys the template by using Azure PowerShell and receives the following error. And the error is user failed validation to purchase resources. Error message says legal terms have not been accepted for this item on this subscription. To accept legal terms, please go to the Azure portal. Then you have a link with more details. And configure programmatic deployment for the marketplace item or create it there for the first time. You need to ensure that admin1 can deploy the marketplace resource successfully. What should you do? So basically, someone is trying to deploy a marketplace resource and they are getting an error message where they can see legal terms have not been accepted for this item on this subscription. So what should you do so that you could do the deployment successfully? Your options are from Azure portal, from Azure PowerShell, run the set-AZ API management subscription commandlet. From Azure PowerShell, run the set-AZ marketplace terms commandlet. From the Azure portal, register the machine.marketplace resource provider. From the Azure portal, assign the billing administrator role to admin1. To resolve the error message and enable admin1 to deploy the Azure Marketplace resource successfully, you need to accept the legal terms for the Marketplace resource in the Azure portal. To do this programmatically, you can use the set-AZ marketplace terms commandlet in Azure portal to accept the legal terms for the subscription. The commandlet takes the name of the publisher, the name of the offer, and the terms agreement types as parameters. Once the legal terms have been accepted, the user should be able to deploy the marketplace resource successfully. You only need to accept terms once per subscription for the resource, and be sure to use all lowercase letters in the parameter values. Question number 83 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains the resources shown in the following table. Now, the resources are a resource group and a virtual network. Resource group name is RG3 and the virtual network name is VNet1. And then there are some tags defined. The resource group doesn't have any tag, but VNet1 has an existing tag called department D1. And obviously, RG3 is not member of any resource group, and VNet1 belongs to RG3 resource group. Now, you need to assign a policy to RG3 as shown in the following table. Now, in the table, again, there are details of the policy where the scope is defined as the scope is drilled down to only resource group level, and then there are no exclusions defined. And the policy is going to apply a tag and its default value. And the parameters for the tags are the tag name is level 1 and the value is value 1. Now the question is, to RG3, you apply the tag rgroup colon RG3. You deploy a virtual network named VNet2 to RG3. Which tags apply to VNet1 and VNet2? To answer, you need to select the appropriate options below. Now, for VNet1, you have options as department D1 only, department D1 and R group RG3 only, department D1 and level value 1 only, department D1 R group RG3 and level value 1. Whenever you have questions related to assignment of a new policy, then remember, by default, the assignment of newly created policy will only take effect on the newly created resources. That is, the resources that are going to be created after the policy has been applied. Existing resources will need to be updated using a remediation task after the policy is signed. Here in this case, there is no mention of a remediation task, so VNet1 will only have one existing tag, which is department D1 only. Now, for VNet2 was created after the policy was applied, so it will get level value 1. And remember, resources don't inherit the tags you apply to a resource group or a subscription. So VNet2 will only have one tag, which is level value 1. So folks, I hope this has cleared you how the inheritance of tags happens in Azure and how the nesting can take place. If you have any doubts related to applications of tag, please post your questions in the comment section and we will try to answer them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains the resources shown in the following table. Now you have 4 resources, of which 2 are resource group. One is with the name of RG1 and the other one is RG2. Then you have a storage 1, which is obviously a storage account hosted in RG1. And then you have a workspace 1, which is Azure Synapse Analytics Workspace and is hosted in resource group 2. You need to assign workspace 1 a role to allow read, write, and delete operations for the data stored in the containers of storage 1. Which role should you assign? Your options are reader and data access, storage account contributor, storage blob data contributor. To allow workspace 1 to perform read, write, and delete operations for the data stored in the containers of storage 1 in Azure, you should assign the storage blob data contributor role to workspace 1. The storage blob data contributor role provides the necessary permissions to perform these actions on Azure Blob Storage containers and their data, making it the appropriate choice for your scenario. Question number 85 of the series. You have an Azure AD tenant that contains the groups shown in the following table. Now you have 4 groups listed there, and then you have their types listed. So group 1 is security based, group 2 is mail enabled security based, and group 3 and 4 are Microsoft 365 groups. And as the name indicates, for group 1, 2, and 3, the security is enabled, whereas for group 4, the security is disabled. You purchase Azure Active Directory Premium P2 licenses. To which groups can you assign a license? Your options are group 1 only, group 1 and group 3 only, group 3 and group 4 only, group 1, group 2, and group 3 only, group 1, 2, 3, and 4. Assigning Azure AD P2 license can only be used with security groups and Microsoft 365 groups that have security enabled. So in this case, even though group 1, 3, and 4 fall into the category of allowed group types, but group 4 doesn't have security enabled. So the correct answer is option B, group 1 and group 3 only. Next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named Storage 1. You have the devices shown in the following table. Now, there are 3 devices with the name of device 1, 2, and 3. And the platform for them is Windows 10, Linux, and macOS. For which devices can you use AZ copy to copy data to storage 1? Your options are device 1 only, device 1 and 2 only, device 1 and 3 only, device 1, 2, and 3. AZ copy is supported in all the 3 operating systems mentioned in this question. So the correct answer would be option D, device 1, 2, and 3. Question number 87 of the series. You have an Azure subscription. The subscription contains storage account named Storage 1 that has the lifecycle management rules shown in the following table. You have 3 rules listed, rule 1, rule 2, rule 3. And if base blobs were not modified for more than 5 days, then there are some rules defined. So for rule 1, the rule defined is move to cold storage. For rule 2, the option is delete the blob. And for rule 3, the option is move to archive storage. On July 1, you store a blob named file 1 in the hot access tier of storage 1. What is the state of file 1 on July 7? So when you move from July 1 to July 7, you have already exceeded more than 5 days. The difference between July 1 and July 7 is more than 5 days. So all the 3 rules will come into picture. So the options given to you are, on July 7, it will be stored in the hot access tier, or it will be stored in the cool access tier, or it will be stored in the archive access tier, or the file will get deleted. This is definitely a trick question, as all the 3 rules have an action defined after 5 days of last modification. So all of them will apply to the blob at the same time in this case. Whenever you have such lifecycle management rules defined, then lifecycle management applies the least expensive option to the blob. So action to move to archive is cheaper than to move to cool, and delete is cheaper than move to archive. So the correct answer here is file 1 will be deleted. In this case, because every rule is being applied at the same time, so by default lifecycle management chooses the cheapest option. That's why the file will be deleted. Next question. You plan to deploy an Azure container instance by using the following Azure Resource Manager template. Now you have a template on your screen. Before proceeding forward, let's try to understand the template, as the question is completely reliant on what you understand in this template. So type tells you that container resource is being deployed. Location, as I have highlighted now, specifies it is being deployed in the West US region. Then properties, element defines the properties which are specific to each container being created. Here we are deploying just one container whose name is WebProd. From the image property, you can tell a version of Microsoft IaaS server is being deployed whose communication will happen on TCP port 80. It further tells you that the memory and CPU specifications as well. Here you can see the memory in GB is 1.5 and there is one CPU allocated. Then the container restart policy is defined as on failure. This is a critical thing to understand here. It means that the container will restart if IaaS communication on port 80 fails, because these are the ports defined here. Now, key thing to note here is IP address being defined as public, which means the container app will be publicly accessible. This is a hint to the questions that you are going to see next. Finally, then the OS type is defined as Windows, which tells us that container is hosted on Windows platform. This is not the anything related to the OS of the client. It is the OS of the container. Let's now look at next part of this question. Use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the template. The first question is internet users. And then you have three options. Cannot connect to that container, can connect to the container from any device, can only connect to the container from devices that run Windows. So remember, the IP was defined as a public IP. That means internet users can connect to this container from any device. Now the second statement is if internet information services in container fail. Your options are the container will restart automatically, the container will only restart manually, the container must be redeployed. And the correct answer would be the container will restart automatically because the failure condition was defined as restart. So that's the reason why I was telling you to focus on the conditions that are mentioned there. Whenever you will get questions related to ARM templates and then you will have some statements, most likely the answers would be in the conditions rather than the things that were defined at the top. What are the properties of the container? The question will most likely be around the conditions which are at the bottom of the ARM template. Question number 89 of the series. You have an Azure subscription. You plan to deploy the Azure container instances shown in the following table. There are 4 instances with the name of instance 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then the operating system of the instances is mentioned. Instance 1 uses Nano Server installation of Windows Server 2019. Instance 2 uses Server Core installation of Windows Server 2019. And instance 3 and 4 are Linux based. Which instance can you deploy to a container group? So basically, here the question is, you have different container instances and you want to make use of container groups. Which all instances can be hosted in a container group? Your options are instance 1 only, instance 2 only, instance 1 and instance 2 only, instance 3 and instance 4 only. Multi-container groups currently support only Linux containers. For Windows containers, Azure container instances only support deployment of a single container instance. So based on this statement, correct answer would be option D, because in the table you can see instance 3 and instance 4 are only based off Linux. You will only be able to deploy instance 3 and instance 4 in a container group in this case. Next question. You have two Azure virtual networks named VNet1 and VNet2. VNet1 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM1. VNet2 contains an Azure virtual machine named VM2. VM1 hosts a front-end application that connects to VM2 to receive data. Users report that the front-end application is slower than usual. You need to view the average round trip time RTT of the packets from VM1 to VM2. Which Azure Network Watcher feature should you use? Your options are Connection Troubleshoot, Connection Monitor, NSG Flow Logs, IP Flow Verify. To view the average round trip time RTT of packets from VM1 to VM2 in Azure, you should use the Connection Monitor feature of Azure Network Watcher. Connection Monitor allows you to monitor the connectivity between two virtual machines and provides information about latency, packet loss, and other network matrices, which will help you diagnose network performance issues like the reported slow front-end application. You have an Azure subscription. You create the Azure storage account shown in the following exhibit. Now, in the exhibit, you have a screenshot basically showing you the creation of the storage account. Basically, the validation has passed, and there are certain properties that you can see on the screen. Some of the notable properties are it is being created in a subscription named Subscription 1, and the resource is created in the resource group RG1, where its location is North Europe, and the storage account name is storage 16852. Now, the notable properties are the account kind is storage V2, that is general purpose V2. The replication that is being used is locally redundant storage, which is LRS, and the access tier is hot. The connectivity method is private endpoint. You need to pay attention to the properties which are in this exhibit, because the next question is based on the properties that are being chosen while creating this storage account. So let's look at the next part of this question. Select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information provided in the screenshot in previous tab. Now, the first statement is the minimum number of copies of the storage account will be. Your options are 1, 2, 3, or 4. You would have seen in the properties of the storage account, it was mentioned that it is using the replication type as locally redundant storage. The locally redundant storage replicates your storage account 3 times within a single data center in the primary region. Therefore, the correct answer here would be 3. Now, the next statement is to reduce the cost of infrequently accessed data in the storage account, you must modify the access tier setting, performance setting, account kind setting, or replication setting. The correct answer here would be access tier, as it has the cool option to store infrequently accessed data. But when the account was being created, you would have seen the tier that was chosen was hot tier, and it doesn't make sense to keep infrequently accessed data in hot tier. So to reduce the cost, you are going to modify the access tier setting and choose it as a cool tier. Let's look at next question. How can you efficiently transfer hundreds of terabytes of media files from your organization's online library to Azure? Given the limited bandwidth of your data center, your solution should be fast, cost-effective, and dependable, and it must ensure 25-bit encryption. What choice will you make? Your options are Databox Edge, upload using Azure Portal, import-export, Databox Heavy. There are lots of keywords in this question which you need to pay attention. The option that you are choosing must support and ensure you are using 256-bit encryption. It should be fast, cost-effective, and dependable. And also, you have limited bandwidth for your data center. So let's start by ruling out the incorrect options. upload using Azure portal. This option is not suitable for efficiently transferring hundreds of terabytes of data due to the limited bandwidth of your data center. Uploading such a large amount of data over the internet can be slow and costly. However, the question says you need to have a fast and cost-effective solution. This option may also lead to downtime and negatively impact other internet traffic. Additionally, ensuring 256-bit encryption for the data transfer might be challenging when using this method. DataBox Edge. DataBox Edge is designed for edge computing and data processing at the edge, rather than large-scale data transfer from an organization's data center to Azure. While it can be used for data transfer in certain scenarios, it's not the most efficient choice for transferring hundreds of terabytes of data, especially if the primary concern is limited bandwidth of your data center. So that's why it's very important to pay attention to the keywords in the question, because whatever is the requirement, it might be possible that you can accomplish it using all four options, but there is a keyword fast, cost effective, which might rule out some of the options. The third option, import export, it refers to the Azure service for offline data transfer, but it's generally used for smaller scale data transfer involving hard drives and shipping them to Azure. For hundreds of terabytes of data, this approach can become cumbersome and time consuming, which leaves us with only one correct answer, which is DataBox Heavy, option D. DataBox Heavy is the most suitable choice for effectively transferring hundreds of terabytes of media files from your organization's online library to Azure, especially when you have limited bandwidth in your data center and you have requirement to maintain 256-bit encryption. Next question. You have an Azure web app named App1. App1 has the deployment slots shown in the following table. Now the names are web app 1-prod and then the other one is web app 1-test. The function is for prod 1 is production, for test 1 is staging. You test several changes to app 1 in web app 1-test. You back up app 1. You swap web app 1-test for web app 1-prod and discover that app 1 is experiencing performance issues. You need to revert to the previous version of app 1 as quickly as possible. What should you do? Your options are clone app 1, redeploy app 1, swap the slots, restore the backup of app 1. To revert to the previous version of app 1 as quickly as possible after swapping web app 1-test for web app 1-prod and experiencing performance issues, you should use the swap the slots option. However, in this case, you will need to perform a reverse swap to undo the changes made during the previous swap. To do this, what you will do is, once you are in the Azure portal, you will go to the Azure web app, which is app 1 in this case, and you will click on the deployment slots of it. You will see the deployment slot listed there, and then you need to just click on swap button. In the swap blade that appears, you need to select web app 1-prod as the source slot and web app 1-test as the target slot. Make sure to select swap with preview option. This allows you to review the changes before the actual swap occurs. It will show you the changes that will be made during the swap. Now, as soon as you click the swap button, the reverse swap is initiated. This will effectively revert your production slot back to the previous version that was in web app 1-test, which was your backup. This process allows you to quickly revert to the last known good state without the performance issues. And the other options, which are cloning, redeploying, or restoring the backup, might be valid approaches in different scenarios, but given the context of swapping slots and the need for a quick rollback, using the swap the slots option with reverse swap is the most appropriate choice here. Question number 94 of the series. You have Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com that includes following users: Now the users are user 1 and 2 and their roles are cloud device administrator and user administrator. Contoso.com includes following Windows 10 devices. Devices are device 1 is Azure AD registered and device 2 is Azure AD joined. You create following security groups in Contoso.com. Group 1 is having membership type as assigned and the owner is user 2, whereas group 2 has the membership type defined as dynamic device and again its owner is user 2. For each of the following statements, you need to select if the yes if the statement is true, otherwise you need to select no. The first statement is user 1 can add device 2 to group 1. This is incorrect, as even though user 1 is cloud device admin, but this role doesn't provide privileges to add joint devices. Now the next statement is user 2 can add device 1 to group 1. This one is correct, as user 2 is the owner of group 1, so can perform the necessary action. The third statement is user 2 can add device 2 to group 2. This is incorrect, as device 2 is a dynamic group and you cannot alter the ownership of a dynamic group manually. Let's look at next question. Your company wants to move all services to Azure Kubernetes service as part of application modernization. Which two of the following components contribute to the monthly Azure charge? Your options are networking resources, per deployed pod, master node, per node VM. When using Azure Kubernetes Service or AKS, the two components that contribute to the monthly Azure charges are networking resources and per node VM. Networking resources includes the cost of the networking resources you use within the AKS cluster, such as load balancers, public IPs, and data transfer in and out of your AKS cluster. Per node VM means you are charged for the virtual machine used as nodes in your AKS cluster. The number of nodes and their configuration size directly impacts the cost. You are billed for the compute resources of these VMs. Next question. Your Azure subscription contains an Azure storage account. You need to create an Azure container instance named container1 that will use a Docker image named image1. Image1 contains a Microsoft SQL Server instance that requires persistent storage. You need to configure a storage service for container1. What should you use? Your options are Azure Blob Storage, Azure Files, Azure Queue Storage, Azure Table Storage. To provide persistent storage for an Azure container instance running a Docker image that requires storage, you should use Azure Files. Azure Files allow you to create a share that can be mounted as a volume in an Azure container instance, providing a means of persistent storage. This is suitable for scenarios where you need to store data that should persist even if the container instance is stopped or deleted. In this case, since we are running a Microsoft SQL Server instance in a Docker container, Azure Files is a suitable choice for providing storage that can be accessed by the SQL Server container. Question number 97 of the series. You create the following resources in a subscription. The resources are an Azure Container Registry instance named Registry1, an Azure Kubernetes Service cluster named Cluster1. You create a container image named App1 on your administrative workstation. You need to deploy App1 to Cluster1. What should you do first? Your options are run the kubectl1 apply command, run the AZ-AKS create command, run the docker push command, create a host pool on Cluster1. To deploy a container image named App1 to an Azure Kubernetes service cluster named Cluster1, the first step you should take is run the docker push command. Once the container image is in Azure Container Registry, you can proceed with deploying it to cluster 1 using Kubernetes manifest and the kubectl apply command. Assuming you have the necessary Kubernetes deployment configuration file ready, you do not need to create a host pool on cluster 1 or use the AZ-104 create command for this specific task, which is why the correct answer here is option C, run the docker push command. Next question. You have an Azure storage account named storage1 that contains a blob container. The blob container has a default access tier of hot. Storage1 contains a container named container1. You create lifecycle management rules in storage1 as shown in the following table. Now the first rule, which is named as rule 1, the scope is limits blob by using filters, and there is a prefix match set on it, which is container/DevOps1. And the rule is if base blobs are not modified for 2 days, move to archive storage. If base blobs are not modified for 9 days, delete the blob. Then there is a rule 2, which applies to all blobs in storage 1, which means there is no prefix match applicable here. And the rule is if base blobs are not modified for 7 days, move to pool storage. If base blobs are not modified for 9 days, move to archive storage. So you perform the actions shown in the below table. On November 1, you upload 3 files named DevOps1 file 1, file 2, and file 3 to container 1. On November 2, you edit DevOps1 file 1 and file 3, and on November 3, you edit file 2. For each of the following statements below, you need to select if the statement is true, otherwise select no. And the first statement is, on November 10, you can read DevOps1 file 1. DevOps1 file 1 was effectively last modified on November 2. And based on its name, rule 1 will apply to it. So after 2 days, which is 5th November, it will be moved to archive tier. And then next transition happens on 9th day, which is after 10th of November. So it will still be in archive tier when you are trying to read it. And you cannot read the file without rehydrating it. So the statement is incorrect. Now the next statement is on November 10, you can read file2.docs. Rule 2 will apply to file 2, which was last modified on November 3. And based on rule 2, it will be in cool tier on 10th November. So you will be able to read it. Third statement is on November 10th, you can read file3.docs. Again, rule 2 will apply to file 3, which was last modified on November 2. And based on rule 2, it will be in cool tier on 10th November. So you will be able to read it. Which of the following are an element of template schema? Your options are parameters, includes, outputs, script. The elements of a template schema typically include parameters and outputs. Parameters are variables or inputs that can be defined when creating or using a template. They allow you to customize the behavior of the template by providing values for these parameters. Outputs are the results or data produced by a template after it has been executed. These outputs can be used for various purposes, such as displaying information or passing data to other parts of a workflow. You have an Azure virtual machine that has a single data disk. You have been tasked with attaching this data disk to another Azure VM. You need to make sure that your strategy allows for the virtual machines to be offline for the least amount of time possible. Which of the following is the action you should take first? Your options are Stop the VM that the data disk must be attached to, detach the data disk, delete the VM that includes the data disk, stop the VM that includes the data disk. A VM in Azure has always its own OS disk. A single data disk means that it is using an additional disk configured to store data. So basically it has two disks and it won't cause any problem to detach the data disk and then reattach it to other VM. So the correct answer is option B. Detach the data disks. You have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named Storage One. The Storage One account contains a file share named Share One. The subscription is linked to a hybrid Azure Active Directory tenant that contains a security group named Group One. You need to grant Group One the storage file data SMB share elevated contributor role for Share One. What should you do first? Your options are grant share level permissions by using File Explorer, mount Share One by using File Explorer, create a private endpoint, enable Azure Active Directory domain service authentication for Storage One. To grant Group One the storage file data SMB share elevated contributor role for Share One in an Azure storage account linked to a hybrid Azure AD tenant, you should enable Azure Active Directory domain services authentication for Storage One. Enabling Azure AD domain services authentication allows you to use Azure AD-based identities, including security groups like Group One, to manage access to Azure files SMB share. Once ADDS authentication is configured, you can assign Azure RBAC roles like storage file data SMB share elevated contributor to Azure AD security groups, granting them access to specific Azure resources like Share One. The other options, grant share level permissions by using File Explorer or mount Share One by using File Explorer, are related to configuring configuring access from client machines, but do not grant RBAC roles. Creating a private endpoint is important for network security, but does not directly grant RBAC roles either, which is why the other three options are not correct in this case. Question number 102 of the series. Your on-premise network contains a VPN gateway. You have an Azure subscription that contains the resources shown in the following table. Now you have a resource named VGW1, which is of virtual network gateway type, and the description for the resource is gateway for site-to-site VPN to the on-premise network. Then you have a storage one, which is a storage account, and it has a standard performance tier defined. Then you have a virtual network VNet1, which has enabled forced tunneling. Then you have a virtual machine named VM1, which is connected to VNet1. You need to ensure that all the traffic from VM1 to Storage 1 travels across the Microsoft backbone network. What should you configure? Whenever there is a mention of that the traffic needs to go through Microsoft backbone network, that essentially means that you need to avoid going through internet and have some private connection. Now the options here are Azure Virtual WAN, private endpoints, Azure Application Gateway, a network security group. As I mentioned, you can use private endpoints for your Azure storage accounts to allow clients on a virtual network to securely access data over a private link. The private endpoint uses a separate IP address from the VNet address space for each storage account service. Network traffic between the clients on the VNet and the storage account traverses over the VNet and a private link on the Microsoft backbone network, eliminating exposure from the public internet. Next question. You have an Azure AD tenant. You need to create a Microsoft 365 group that contains only members of marketing department in Egypt. How should you complete the dynamic membership rule? To answer, you need to select the appropriate options in the below command. The command is now on your screen. The correct answers are as follows. As the M365 group should exclusively include members of the marketing department and be restricted to individuals from the Egypt region, you will select user.department in the first drop-down to represent the department condition. To ensure that only users meeting both criteria are considered for group membership, you will establish an AND condition, ensuring both conditions are met before a user is added to the group. And -EQ is the third condition that you will choose because you want to make sure that only the users in marketing department of Egypt are included in the dynamic membership of the group. Question number 104 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named Storage1. The Storage1 account contains a container named Container1. You create a blob lifecycle rule named Rule1. You need to configure Rule1 to automatically move blobs that were not updated for 45 days from container to the cool access tier. So the condition here is you need to move the blobs to the cool access tier if they are not updated for 45 days. How should you complete the rule? To answer, select the appropriate options. Now you have a snippet of the ARM template where tier to cool is mentioned and then column 45 is mentioned, and then you have three options. The options are days after creation greater than, days after last access time greater than, and days after modification greater than. Since we are talking about moving to cool tier after the blob hasn't been updated for 45 days, then the correct answer among the choices would be days after modification greater than. Other options, which are days after creation greater than and days after last access time greater than, won't be correct choice in this case. Days after creation won't take into consideration a blob being modified after creation and will incorrectly move the blob to cool tier after 45 days from being created, even though it might have been modified after any number of days. Similarly, days after last access time greater than would again not take into consideration the modification, as there might be a situation where a blob is not modified for 45 days but accesses regularly. So it won't be moved to cool tier where it should have been moved. Now you have the second condition here. In the filters, in the blob types, you have three options: append blob, block blob, page blob. Tier to cool is only supported for block blob, making it the correct choice here. Now on your screen, there is a snippet from Microsoft website which confirms the action applicable to the blob types. As you can see, whether it's a tier to cool or it's tier to cold or it's tier to archive or it is enabled auto tier to hot from cool, they only support block blob. But when it comes to delete action, the support is for block blob and append blob as well. So this question can have multiple variations based on the action defined in the question condition. If the condition would have been delete, then obviously the answer would have changed from just block blob to block blob and append blob. Next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains a virtual machine named VM1. You plan to add a 1 TB data disk to VM that meets the following requirements. Your requirements are: provides data resiliency in the event of a data center outage, ensures that no data loss occurs if a host fails, provides the lowest latency and highest performance. You need to recommend which type of storage and host caching to configure for the new data disk. What will be your recommendation? Now, the first one is, this question has multiple sub-questions. So the first one is you need to tell which storage type you will choose. Your options are premium SSD that uses locally redundant storage. Then the next one is premium SSD that uses zone redundant storage. Third one is standard SSD that uses locally redundant storage. And the final storage type in the options is standard SSD that uses zone redundant storage. Based on the requirements for data resiliency, no data loss, lowest latency, and highest performance, the recommended storage type for the new 1 TB data disk on VM1 would be premium SSD that uses zone redundant storage. Let's look at each requirement and understand why I have chosen premium SSD that uses ZRS. Data resiliency. Zone redundant storage replicates your data across availability zones, ensuring data resiliency even in the event of a data center outage. This means that your data is stored in multiple physically separate locations within the same Azure region, which satisfies your first requirement of data resiliency. Now, the second requirement was no data loss. Premium SSDs are designed for high performance and low latency, and they offer data durability guarantees. In the event of a host failure, data loss is minimized because of the redundancy and resiliency features provided by Azure. Now, the third requirement is lowest latency and the highest performance. Premium SSDs provide the lowest latency and highest performance among the storage options. They are ideal for workloads that require fast input-output operations. Standard SSDs, on the other hand, provide a lower level of performance compared to premium SSDs, and they may not meet the performance requirements stated in this question. Additionally, locally redundant storage replicates data within a storage scale unit, but it does not provide the same level of resiliency as zone redundant storage, which is the reason option B is correct here. Premium SSD that uses zone redundant storage. Now, the next part of the question was host caching. The options you have are you either choose none, you either choose read only, or you choose read write. For this scenario, it is recommended to use read-only host caching. Read-only caching can help improve read performance while ensuring data consistency and minimizing the risk of data loss. Next question. You have an Azure virtual machine named VM1. VM1 was deployed by using a custom Azure Resource Manager template named arm1.json. You receive a notification that VM1 will be affected by maintenance. You need to move VM1 to a different host immediately. The solution you provide is from the update management blade, you click enable. Does this meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. Clicking enable from the update management blade will not meet the goal of immediately moving VM1 to a different host. You will need to redeploy the VM to move it to a different host. If the question would have been in the solution option you had, you will redeploy the VM to move it to a different host, then your answer would have been yes here. Question number 107 of the series. You have an Azure storage account named storage1 that contains a blob container named container1. You need to prevent new content added to container1 from being modified for 1 year. What should you configure? Your options are the access level, the access tier, an access policy, the access control IAM settings. To prevent new content added to container1 in your Azure storage account from being modified for 1 year, you should configure the access policy. The access policies allow you to set time-based restrictions on the operations that can be performed on the blob container. Let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription. You are deploying an Azure Kubernetes service AKS cluster that will contain multiple pods. The pods will use Kubernetes networking. You need to restrict network traffic between the pods. What should you configure on the AKS cluster? Your options are Azure Network Policy, Calico Network Policy, Pod Security Policies, Application Security Group. To restrict network traffic between pods in an Azure Kubernetes cluster using Kubernetes networking, you should configure the Azure network policy. The other option mentioned are also related to security and network policy in Kubernetes, but they are not specific to AKS or directly address the pod-to-pod network traffic control. Calico network policy is a popular network plugin used with Kubernetes, but you would need to integrate it separately with AKS. It can be used for network policies, but it is not the built-in AKS solution. Pod security policies are used to control the security aspects of pods, such as what privileges they have, which important for overall cluster security. They do not directly control network traffic between pods. Application security groups are typically used in the context of Azure Network Security Groups, NSGs, to define network security rules for virtual machines. They are not used for controlling network traffic between pods in AKS, making them the incorrect choice here. Next question. You host a service with 2 Azure virtual machines. You discover that occasional outages cause your service to fail. What 2 actions can you do to minimize the impact of the outages? So you need to choose 2 options here. Your options are put the virtual machines in a scale set, add a network gateway, add a load balancer, add a third instance of the virtual machine, put the virtual machines in an availability set. To minimize the impact of occasional outages for a service hosted on Azure virtual machines, you can add a load balancer and put the virtual machines in an availability set, making these 2 the correct choices here. Load balancers distribute incoming network traffic across multiple virtual machines to ensure high availability and fault tolerance. By adding a load balancer, you can improve the service reliability and minimize the impact of outages by spreading traffic across multiple VMs. And the other option, the availability set, is a logical grouping of virtual machines in a data center to ensure that during planned or unplanned maintenance events, at least one virtual machine is available. By placing VMs in an availability set, you ensure that they are distributed across multiple fault domains and update domains, reducing the risk of outages caused by host level maintenance or failures. Now let's look at why other options are not correct. The first one being put the virtual machines in a scale set. A scale set is used to automatically adjust the number of virtual machines instances based on demand. While it can help with scaling, it doesn't inherently provide fault tolerance or high availability unless you configure it with an appropriate number of instances across availability zones. The next option, which is option B, add a network gateway. A network gateway is typically used for connecting on-premise networks or remote networks to Azure, and it does not directly address virtual machine high availability. Then option D, add a third instance of the virtual machine. While adding more virtual machine instances can help distribute the load, it doesn't inherently provide fault tolerance or high availability. The virtual machines need to be organized into an appropriate architecture or configuration to ensure high availability. So I hope, friends, you understand now why option C and option E are chosen as the correct options. If you still have any doubts in any of the questions which we have had in this series till now, please post them in the comment section and I'll answer them as soon as possible, as I always do. Meanwhile, let's look at question number 110 of the series. You have an Azure subscription named subscription 1. In subscription 1, you create an alert rule named alert 1. The alert 1 action group is configured as shown in the following exhibit. There is an exhibit on your screen which tells few details about the alert that has been configured. The alert 1 alert criteria is to be triggered every minute. So remember, because this is key to answer the questions which you will just see. Alert 1 trigger criteria is to be triggered every minute. Now you need to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in this graph. So the first statement is the number of email messages that alert 1 will send in an hour is, your options are 0, 4, 6, 12, and 60. Since the alert is triggered every minute, so it will generate 60 email messages in an hour. Now the next one is the number of SMS messages that alert 1 will send in an hour is, the options are same 0, 4, 6, 12, 60. You can't send more than one SMS every 5 minutes, so you will be able to send a maximum of 12 SMS in an hour. The rate limit that apply to alert apart from the SMS one already mentioned are, you cannot make more than one voice call every 5 minutes and you cannot send more than 100 emails in an hour. You have Azure subscription that includes following Azure file shares. There are two file shares with the name of Share 1 and Share 2. They are hosted in storage account 1 and their location is West US. You have the following on-premise servers. There are two servers, Server 1 and Server 2. Server 1 has two folders named as Folder 1 and Folder 2, which are hosted in D and E drive respectively. Then Server 2 has a folder named Data, which is hosted in D drive. You create a storage sync service named Sync 1 and an Azure file sync group named Group 1. Group 1 uses Share 1 as a cloud endpoint. You register Server 1 and Server 2 in Sync 1. You add D folder 1 on Server 1 as a server endpoint of Group 1. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Let's look at first statement. But before we go to that, make sure you have read this description very carefully as it might get confusing. There is a talk about cloud endpoint, there is a talk about server endpoint, and then there is a talk about sync group as well. So let's look at first statement. Share 2 can be added as a cloud endpoint for Group 1. You need to tell whether this statement is true or not. A sync group can contain only one cloud endpoint or Azure file share and at least one server endpoint. And based on the question statement, Group 1 uses Share 1 as cloud endpoint, so the statement is incorrect. Share 2 cannot be added as a cloud endpoint for Group 1. Now the second statement is D data on Server 2 can be added as a server endpoint for Group 1. A sync group can have multiple server endpoints as I stated earlier, so this statement is correct. D data on Server 2 can be added as a server endpoint for Group 1. The third statement is E folder 2 on Server 1 can be added as a server endpoint for Group 1. Azure File Sync does not support more than one server endpoint from the same server in the same sync group, so the statement is incorrect. Folder 1 in D drive on Server 1 is already added as a server endpoint of Group 1, which is why you can't add another folder from the same server as endpoint in Group 1. Friends, I hope this gives you clarification of why I have chosen whether statement 1, 2, or 3 are correct or incorrect. If you have any doubts, please post them in the comment section and I'll try to give you explanation as soon as possible. Question number 112 of the series. You have an Azure file sync group that has the endpoints shown in the following table. There are three endpoints with the name of endpoint 1, endpoint 2, and endpoint 3. Endpoint 1 is a cloud endpoint, whereas 2 and 3 are server endpoint. Cloud peering is enabled for endpoint 3. You add a file named file1 to endpoint 1 and a file named file2 to endpoint 2. On which endpoints will file 1 and 2 be available within 24 hours of adding the files? To answer, select the appropriate options. So for file 1, the options are endpoint 1, endpoint 3, endpoint 2 and endpoint 3, then endpoint 1, 2, and 3. File 1 was added to endpoint 1, which is a cloud endpoint, and a cloud endpoint is scanned by the job every 24 hours. So file 1 will be available on endpoint 1 only within 24 hours. If the question said where it will be available after 24 hours, then it would have been available on all endpoints by then. So the key to answer this question is availability whether within 24 hours or after 24 hours. So I always recommend you to pay attention to the keywords in the question, because if they would have mentioned available after 24 hours, then the answer would have changed and you would have chosen the last option, which is all endpoints. Then let's look at second part of this question. File 2. Again, your options are endpoint 2 only, endpoint 3 only, endpoint 2 and endpoint 3 only, and then endpoint 1, 2, and 3. File 2 was added to endpoint 2, which is a server endpoint. And with the on-premise servers, the file is scanned and synced automatically after it's being added. So it will be available on all 3 endpoints within 24 hours. In this case, time frame doesn't really matter, so the answer will remain same even if the scenario in the question says after 24 hours. Next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains 10 virtual machines. The virtual networks are hosted in separate resource groups. Another administrator plans to create several network resource security groups in the subscription. You need to ensure that when an NSG is created, it automatically blocks TCP port 8080 between the virtual networks. The solution you provide is from these resource providers blade, you unregister the Microsoft.Classic network provider. You need to tell whether this solution meets the goal. Unregistering the Microsoft.Classic network provider from the resource providers blade will not meet the goal of automatically blocking TCP port 8080 between the virtual networks. In this case, you need to use a custom policy definition. You will create a custom policy definition here to achieve the goal. So, for example, if in the solution there was mention of creating a custom policy definition, then you would have chosen yes, this solution will meet the goal. Next question. You have a production Azure Active Directory tenant named contoso.com. You deploy a development Azure Active Directory tenant, and then you create several custom administrative roles in the development tenant. You need to copy the roles to the production tenant. What should you do first? Your options are: from a production tenant, create a new custom role. From the production tenant, create an administrative unit. From the development tenant, export the custom roles to JSON. From the development tenant, perform a backup. To copy custom administrative roles from the development Azure AD tenant to the production Azure AD tenant, you should first export the custom roles to JSON from the development tenant. Exporting the custom roles to JSON allows you to capture the role definitions and configurations. After exporting, you can then import these JSON files into the production tenant to recreate the custom roles with the same settings. This is the common approach for migrating custom roles between Azure AD tenants. Question number 115 of the series. You plan to use Azure Network Watcher to perform the following tasks. The tasks are: identify a security rule that prevents a network packet from reaching an Azure virtual machine. Then the second task is validate outbound connectivity from an Azure virtual machine to an external host. Which feature should you use for each task? To answer, select the appropriate option below. Now for task 1, the features mentioned are traffic analytics, security group view, packet capture, next hop, IP flow verify. The correct answer here is IP flow verify. IP flow verify checks if a packet is allowed or denied to or from a virtual machine. The information consists of direction, protocol, local IP, remote IP, local port, and a remote port. If the packet is denied by a security group, the name of the rule that denied the packet is returned. While any source or destination IP can be chosen, IP flow verify helps administrators quickly diagnose connectivity issues from or to the internet and from or to the on-premise environment. Then we have task 2, and the options are again same. And the correct answer here would be connection troubleshoot. Connection troubleshoot enables you to test the connection between a virtual machine scale set, an application gateway, or a Bastion host and a virtual machine, an FQDN, a URI, or an IPv4 address. Next question. You have deployed an application named App1 in Azure. App1 is deployed on two Azure virtual machines named VM1 and VM2. You plan to implement an Azure availability set for App1. The solution must ensure that App1 is available during planned maintenance of the servers hosting VM1 and VM2. What should you include in the availability set? Your options are single update domain, single fault domain, two update domains, two fault domains. To ensure that your application is available during planned maintenance of the servers hosting VM1 and VM2, you should include two update domains in the availability set. Update domains are used to control the order in which virtual machines are updated during planned maintenance events such as system updates. By having two update domains, Azure ensures that VM1 and VM2 are not updated at the same time. This helps in maintaining application availability during updates. If the question had a mention of ensuring availability in unplanned maintenance due to hardware failure and other issues, then you would need to include two fault domains. It is critical you pay attention to these small keywords, as I always say, while answering these questions, as the answer changes with just a slight change in the keyword. Let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains the public load balancers shown in the following table. Now you have two load balancers named LB1 and LB2. LB1 is of basic SKU type and LB2 is of standard SKU type. You plan to create 6 virtual machines and to load balance requests to the virtual machines. Each load balancer with load balance 3 virtual machines. You need to create the virtual machines for the planned solution. How should you create the virtual machines? The virtual machines that will be load balanced by using LB1 must, and then you have 4 options. Be created in the same resource group, run the same operating system, be connected to the same virtual network, be created in the same availability set or virtual machine scale set. You need to focus here on the SKUs of the load balancers, as that's the key to answer this question. All the data apart from that is literally a distractor and doesn't really make any difference to the chosen options. LB1 is a basic load balancer which are quite restrictive and only support load balancing of virtual machines in a single availability set or virtual machine scale set. So the correct answer here would be the last option. Be created in the same availability set or virtual machine scale set. Let's look at next part of this question. The virtual machines that will be load balanced by using LB2 must. Your options are again same, but LB2 is a standard load balancer which supports load balancing of any virtual machine or virtual machine scale set in a single virtual network. So the correct answer here would be third option. Be connected to the same virtual network. Next question. You manage a virtual network named VNet1 that is hosted in the East US Azure region. VNet1 hosts 2 virtual machines named VM1 and VM2 that run Windows Server. You need to inspect all the network traffic from VM1 to VM2 for a period of 3 hours. The solution you provide is from Azure Network Watcher, you create a packet capture. Does the solution meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. Network Watcher provides network monitoring and diagnostic capabilities in Azure, including the ability to capture packet flowing between resources within a virtual network. So yes, the statement or the solution is correct. Creating a packet capture using Azure Network Watcher is a valid solution to inspect all the network traffic from VM1 to VM2 for a specified period. Question number 119 of the series. You have a script that creates several VMs with different images. When the script issues the command to create the first VM, you do not want to block the script while the VM is created. Instead, you want the script to immediately move on to the next command. What is the best way to do this? Your options are: use the ampersand to run the process in the background, add the no-wait argument to your create command, add the async argument to your create command. To avoid blocking the script while creating a virtual machine and immediately move on to the next command, you should use the no-wait argument with your create command. This argument tells the Azure CLI or any other relevant tool you are using to create VMs not to wait for the operation to complete and instead return control to the script immediately. It allows you to continue executing other commands in the script while the VM creation process happens in the background. Let's look at why other options are not correct. Using the ampersand to run the process in the background is typically used in shell scripting, but may not be as straightforward or platform independent as using the no-wait argument, which is designed for Azure CLI. The async argument is also related to asynchronous operations, but may not be suitable for specific use cases of creating VMs. Question number 120 of the series. You have an Azure subscription. You plan to deploy an Azure Kubernetes Service AKS cluster to support an app named App1. On-premise clients connect to App1 by using the IP address of the pod. For the AKS cluster, you need to choose a network type that will support App1. What should you choose? Your options are hybrid connection endpoints, Azure Private Link, Kubernetes, Azure Container Networking Interface CNI. Let's look at first option first. Hybrid connection endpoints are used for connecting on-premise applications to resources in Azure securely. They are typically used for integrating Azure services with on-premise services. This option is unrelated to configuring networking within an AKS cluster to support direct access to pods by on-premise clients, so an incorrect choice. Second option, Azure Private Link, is used to access Azure services privately over a private endpoint in your virtual network. It is often used for scenarios where you want to access Azure services privately, such as Azure SQL database or Azure storage. While it provides a secure and private connection, it is not designed for directly accessing individual pods within an AKS cluster from on-premise clients, making it an incorrect choice here. The third option, Kubernetes, is a basic networking mode for AKS that provides a simple and low-cost networking solution. In Kubernetes, each node in the AKS cluster gets an IP address and pods share the node's IP address. This mode is not suitable for scenarios where you need to have direct connectivity to individual pods, as pods do not have their own dedicated IP address. This leaves us with final option, Azure CNI, which is the correct choice here. To support an app where on-premise clients connect to the pods in the AKS cluster using the IP address of the pod, you should choose the Azure Container Networking Interface as the network type. Azure CNI allows each pod in the AKS cluster to have its own IP address, which makes it easier to interact with the pods directly using their IP address. This is particularly useful when you have on-premise clients connecting to the pods within the AKS cluster. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Subscription 1 contains the resources in the following table. The resources with the name RG1 and RG2 are resource group type, and then you have two resources named VNet1 and VNet2, which are virtual network type. VNet1 is in RG1, VNet2 is in RG2, and there is no connectivity between VNet1 and VNet2. An administrator named admin1 creates an Azure virtual machine named VM1 in RG1. VM1 uses a disk named disk1 and connects to VNet1. Admin1 then installs a custom application in VM1. You need to move the custom application to VNet2, and the solution must minimize administrative effort. Which two actions should you perform? To answer, you need to select the appropriate answer among the options provided. Now the options are on your screen. The first action and the second action. The options you have are detach a virtual interface, a network interface, delete VM1, create a network interface in RG2, and then move a network interface to RG2. Then the second action, you have the options as attach a network interface, move VM1 to RG2, create a network interface in RG2, and create a new virtual machine. You can change the subnet of a VM. Subnet a VM is connected to after it has been created, but you cannot change its VNet. So what you need to do here is identify the disk used by the VM1, which is disk 1 in this case. You delete the VM1 itself while ensuring disk 1 is retained, and then recreate the VM in the target virtual network VNet 2 and attach the original disk 1 to it. So for the first section, you will delete the VM1, and for the second action, you will create a new virtual machine. Obviously, the steps that I explained just now were in detail, but for the scope of this question, the first action would be delete VM1 and the second action would be create a new virtual machine. But before deleting it, you need to retain disk 1, back it up, and then when you have created a new virtual machine, you need to attach disk 1 to it so that your application and data, everything is retained. Let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure storage account named Storage1. You export Storage Account 1 as an Azure Resource Manager template. The template contains the following sections, which you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. Now, you need to go through this template and then answer the questions. For each of the following statements, you need to select if yes, if the statement is true. Otherwise, you will be selecting no. Now, the first statement is a server that has a public IP address of 131.107.103.10 can access storage 1. Now, you can see in the ARM template, virtual network rules and IP rules are blank in the network ACL's element. And the default action is allow. So, yes, this statement is correct. A server that has a public IP address of 131.107.103.10 can access storage account 1. And in fact, since there are no IP rules mentioned in this ARM template, so for the scope of this question, IP address doesn't really matter at all. Even if there was a different IP address, the answer or the statement would still have been true. Next statement. Individual blobs in a storage account 1 can be set to use the archive tier. The kind of storage here is storage V2, which allows tiering. So even though storage account access tier is set to hot, which you can see at the bottom of the screen, but you can set individual blobs to use archive tier because the storage account type is storage V2. Third statement, global administrators in Azure Active Directory can access a file share hosted in storage account 1 by using their Azure AD credentials. Azure AD roles like global administrator don't provide access to individual resources. So this statement is incorrect. You will need to use RBAC roles to grant access being talked about here. Let's look at next question. You have a pay-as-you-go Azure subscription that contains the virtual machines shown in the following table. There are two virtual machines with the name of VM1 and VM2. They are hosted in resource group RG1 and RG2. And they have a daily cost defined. VM1 uses a daily cost of $20 and a VM2 uses the daily cost of $30. You create the budget shown in the exhibit below, which is on the bottom right of your screen. The AG1 action group contains a user named admin1@cardoso.com only. Select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphic. So before we move to the question, let's look at the graphic. The name of the budget is budget 1. The scope of the budget is RG1 resource group. And you would see that because the scope of RG1, because the scope of this budget is RG1, and you can see only VM1 is hosted in RG1. So this budget would only apply to VM1. That is the first thing you should note when answering such questions. Now the budget is set to $1,000 and the budget period resets every month. So the $1,000 is the budget for every month. It's not like the budget, this $1,000 is the budget for the whole start to end date. So it resets every month. And now the alert conditions are when the 50% of budget is reached, which is $500, the action group basically sends an email. When 70% is reached, then a SMS is sent. And when 100% is reached, an Azure app is triggered. And the alert recipients are user1@contoso.com. Now let's look at the statements. When the maximum amount in budget 1 is reached, what will happen? Your options are VM1 and VM2 continue to run. VM1 and VM2 are turned off. VM1 is turned off and VM2 continues to run. When the budget thresholds are reached, which you have created, only notifications are triggered. None of the resources are affected and consumption isn't stopped. So both the VMs will continue to run in this case. Now the next statement is based on the current usage cost of the virtual machines. The options are no email notifications will be sent each month. 1 email notification will be sent each month. 2 email notifications will be sent each month. 3 email notifications will be sent each month. Now, when we were looking at the budget, I did mention the scope of budget 1 is RG1 and RG1 only contains VM1. That's the thing here. And you could see the VM1 consumes $20 per day. Then the 50%, which is $500 limit, will be reached in 25 days. And an email will be sent, which makes it 1 email in a month. Then the 70% and 100% alert conditions will not be reached within a month because after 30 days, the counter will reset. So they won't trigger any email action in any case because the action was SMS or an app. So the correct answer here is only 1 email notification will be sent each month. Whenever you have questions related to budget, you need to break down the figures and then calculate what action will happen whenever a certain condition is met. Question number 124 of the series. You onboard 10 Azure virtual machines to Azure Automation State Configuration, and you need to use Azure Automation State Configuration to manage the ongoing consistency of the virtual machine configurations. Which 3 actions should you perform in sequence? Your options are create a management group, check the compliance status of the node, assign tags to the virtual machines, compile configuration into node configuration, import configuration to Azure Automation State Configuration. And the correct sequence is now on your screen. First of all, you will import configuration to Azure Automation State Configuration. Then you will compile the configuration into node configuration, and then you will check the compliance status of the node. Next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains the resources as shown below. Resource name is MG1, which is management group type. Then the second resource is RG1, which is resource group type. And then you have a GUID, which is a subscription ID. And then you have a resource called as tag1, which is tag type. In Azure Cloud Shell, you need to create a virtual machine by using an Azure Resource Manager template. How should you complete the command? The command is, now, first of all, you have a variable which is called as $admin password. And in $admin password, what you are doing is read host is to, in PowerShell, read host is to get a prompt from user. You need to input something. There is a prompt. And the prompt says enter the admin password, and it is passed as a secure string because it is obviously password. So you cannot pass it as a plain text. Therefore, you have converted it to as secure string. Now starts the next command. You have 4 options. First, your options are new AZ resource, new AZ template spec, new AZ VM, new AZ resource group deployment. Then you have the next 4 options. Dash tag is tag1, dash group name is MG1, dash resource group name is RG1 dash subscription, then you have the subscription GUID. Then you proceed next in the command where you have template URI where a URL of GitHub has been mentioned, and then the admin username is local admin and admin password is the variable that you created. Then the DNS level suffix is test VM1. Now from the table, you can see resource group 1 RG1 already exists. So you would be deploying a VM using a ARM template in an existing resource group using the commandlet new-AG resource group deployment. Basically, you would be doing a deployment into an existing resource group. So obviously you'll choose new-AZ resource group deployment in the first dropdown and resource group name RG1 in the second dropdown. Now you would be tempted to use new-AZVM in the first dropdown, but you cannot use new-AZVM as this commandlet doesn't accept the template URI parameter. So you need to look at whole scenario in question, which is to create a VM using ARM template rather than focusing on creating the VM, which is the key to answer this question. Let's look at next question. You have the Azure virtual networks shown in the following table. There are basically 4 virtual networks with VNet 1, VNet 2, VNet 3, VNet 4, and then their address spaces, subnets are mentioned, and the regions where they are hosted. You can see the virtual networks are hosted in different Azure regions. And when it comes to VNet peering, Azure allows peering across regions as well. So you should know this while answering this question. Now, the question is from VNet 2, which virtual networks can you establish a peering connection with? Your options are VNet 1 only, VNet 1 and VM3 only, VNet 3 and VNet 4 only, VNet 1, 3 and 4. Key thing to answer this question is virtual network peering cannot have overlapping address spaces. So if we look at VNet 2 and VNet 4, we can immediately say there will be overlap in the IP address. So you can rule out any option which has VNet 4 in it. This leaves us with option A and option B. VNet 2 can peer with VNet 1 due to the difference in namespace, but it can also peer with VNet 3. So we will rule out option A and choose option B as the correct choice. Even though option A is also right, but the question does have a option where 2 of the VNets are right options. So you need to choose that option because the question specifically asks which virtual network. So if you choose option A, which is VNet 1 only, that would be an incorrect choice because the peering can happen with VNet 3 as well. Let's look at next question. You have a Azure virtual network named VNet 1 that contains a subnet named subnet 1. Subnet 1 contains 3 Azure virtual machines and each virtual machine has a public IP address. The virtual machines host several applications that are accessible over port 443 to users on the internet. Your on-premise network has a site-to-site VPN connection to VNet 1. And you discover that the VMs can be accessed over RDP from internet and from on-premise network as well. This is really not a good practice that your VMs are accessible over RDP from internet. So you need to prevent RDP access to the virtual machines from the internet, which is what is the best practice, unless the RDP connection is established from the on-premise network. The solution must ensure that all the applications can still be accessed by internet users. How can you achieve this requirement? So your application needs to be accessible to users over internet but through HTTPS protocol, which is over port 443, but it shouldn't be accessible to users over port 3389, which is the RDP port here. So I hope this clarifies what is the requirement of the question. Now let's look at what are the options available. You create a deny rule in a network security group NSG that is linked to subnet 1. You modify the address space of subnet 1. You modify the address space of the local network gateway. You remove the public IP address from the virtual machines. To achieve this requirement, you should create a deny rule in the network security group that is linked to subnet 1, which is option A. You can create a network security group rule in Azure that denies incoming RDP traffic from the internet while still allowing the necessary application traffic. You might be tempted to use option D here, which is to remove public IP addresses from VM, but it will prevent all external access, including access from the on-premise network and internet users, which is not in line with the requirement of allowing access from on-premise network while still permitting access to the applications from the internet, which is why option A is the correct choice here. Question number 128 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains two on-premise locations named Site 1 and Site 2. You need to connect Site 1 and Site 2 by using an Azure virtual WAN. Which of the following four actions should you perform in sequence? Your options are create a virtual WAN resource, create VPN sites, connect the VPN sites to the hub, create a virtual hub, connect the virtual networks to the hub. And the correct options are now on your screen. You would first create a virtual WAN resource. You would then create a virtual hub, followed by creating VPN sites, and finally connect the VPN sites to the hub. Remaining option number 5, connect the virtual networks to the hub, is also part of creating a site-to-site connection using Azure Virtual WAN. However, it is later in the process and the question talks about 4 actions in sequence, so it has been excluded. So always pay attention to what has been asked in the question rather than just relying on the facts that the option which has been excluded is still a valid option when you are configuring Azure Virtual WAN. But obviously the question talks about just 4 options, so that's why it has been excluded. You have an Azure subscription. Users access the resources in the subscription from either home or from computer sites. From home, users must establish a point-to-site VPN to access the Azure resources. The users on the computer sites access the Azure resources by using site-to-site VPNs. You have a line of business app named App1 that runs on several Azure virtual machines. The virtual machines run Windows Server 2019. You need to ensure that the connections to App1 are spread across all the virtual machines. What are 2 possible Azure services that you can use? You need to ensure that the connections are spread across multiple virtual machines. So there is a talk about load balancing here. Now the options that are available to you are Traffic Manager, Public Load Balancer, Azure Content Delivery Network, Azure Application Gateway, and internal load balancers. Remember, you need to choose 2 possible choices here. The 2 possible Azure services that can be used to spread connection to App1 across all virtual machines would be Azure Application Gateway and internal load balancer. When there is a talk about distributing the connections, you should always remember there is a talk about load balancing. So Azure Application Gateway can be used to route incoming traffic to virtual machines based on various routing rules, including URL path-based routing, cookie-based session affinity, and SSL offloading. It is a layer 7 load balancer that can be used for both internal and external traffic. Now, the internal load balancer can be used to distribute incoming traffic to virtual machines in a backend pool based on various routing rules and health probes. It is a layer 4 load balancer that is used for internal traffic within a virtual network, which is what is being asked here. That's the reason why you have chosen internal load balancer and not public load balancer. I hope, friends, this clarifies why we have not chosen public load balancer. But if you have any doubts, post them in the comment section and I'll try to explain your queries as soon as possible. Question number 130 of the series. You configure the custom role shown in the following exhibit. Now, in front of you is a role. Basically, it's a JSON format of a role. The role name is role1 and its description is custom role1. The assignable scope is set to a subscription, which is a subscription ID is mentioned in the exhibit. And then there are permissions defined in the actions section of the permission element. There are multiple permissions which are defined here, which are related to compute, network, support, and so on. Then there are other sections which are not actions, data actions, and not data actions. All are left blank. Let's now look at the questions. The questions you will get now would be focused on this exhibit which you just saw. So use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the exhibit. The first statement is, to ensure that users can sign into virtual machines that are assigned role 1, modify the which section. Now the sections you would have seen which I just mentioned: assignable scope, actions, not actions, data actions, not data actions. To ensure that users can sign into virtual machines that are assigned role 1, you need to modify the data actions section in the custom role definition JSON. You should add the Microsoft.compute/virtual machines/login action to the actions, which will allow login to the virtual machine as a regular user. This change will look like what I have shown on the screen in the red section. You can see in the data actions, I have added this module Microsoft.compute definition, which I just spoke about. Now let's look at the next statement. To ensure that role 1 can be assigned only to a resource group named RG1, modify which section. To ensure that a custom role 1 can be assigned only to a resource group named RG1, you should modify the assignable scope section in the custom role definition JSON. At the moment, scope is set to everything in the listed subscription, so you would modify it to resource group level, something like I have shown on the screen in red section. You will append resource group there, and then you will drill it down to the resource group that you want to apply. Earlier, it was applied at the subscription level, which means it was applicable to everything which was within that subscription. But now you have reduced the scope. You have done an implicit assignment of the role. Let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains a virtual machine named VM1 and an Azure Key Vault named KB1. You need to configure encryption for VM1. The solution must meet the following requirements. Now the requirements are: maintain encryption if VM1 is downloaded from Azure, encrypt both the operating system disk and the data disks, store and use the encryption key in KB1. Which encryption method should you use? Your options are Azure Disk Encryption, Customer Managed Keys, Confidential Disk Encryption, Encryption at Host. You should use Azure Disk Encryption to meet the specified requirements. Azure Disk Encryption is the appropriate encryption method that allows you to encrypt both the operating system disk and data disks of a virtual machine, while also storing and using the encryption key in Azure Key Vault, which is the requirement in this question. It covers all the three requirements. The solution ensures that the VM disks are encrypted and the encryption keys are securely stored in a Azure Key Vault. Additionally, the encryption remains intact if the virtual machine is downloaded from Azure, making it a suitable choice for this scenario. Question number 132 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named Storage 1. Subscription 1 is linked to an Azure AD tenant named contoso.com that syncs to an on-premise Active Directory domain. The domain contains the security principles shown in the following table. Now, the principles are pretty straightforward. You have a user named user1. You have a computer named computer1. In Azure AD, you create a user named user2. Storage accounts contain a file share named share1 and has the following configurations. The kind is defined as storage v2, and you can see in the properties the Azure files identity based authentication is being used. Directory services option is defined as AD, and the Active Directory properties are defined as domain name, NetBIOS domain name, and forest name are all contoso.com. Let's now look at the next part of the question, which will be based on this exhibit. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. first statement is you can assign the storage file data SMB share reader role to computer 1 for share 1. No, this is incorrect. You cannot do that. Next statement is you can assign the storage file data SMB share contributor role to user 1 for share 1. Yes, this statement is correct and you should be able to do it. You have 10 Azure subscriptions. You have an Azure Active Directory tenant that contains a security group named Group 1. And you plan to purchase additional Azure subscriptions. You need to ensure that Group 1 can manage role assignments for the existing subscriptions and the planned subscriptions. The solution must meet the following requirements. You need to use the principle of least privilege and you need to minimize administrative effort. What should you do? Your options are create a new management group and assign Group 1 the user access administrator role for the group. Create a new management group and assign Group 1 the owner role for the group. Assign Group 1 the owner role for the root management group. Assign Group 1 the user access administrator role for the root management group. And the correct answer here would be option D. Assign Group 1 the user access administrator role for the root management group. Assigning the user access administrator role to the root management group for Group 1 will provide the necessary permissions for Group 1 to manage role assignments for all existing and planned subscriptions, while also adhering to the principle of least privilege. This option also minimizes administrative effort as it only requires a single assignment. So the key thing here is you need to keep in mind the requirements that are mentioned in the question while choosing the appropriate options. Now, you might be tempted to choose option A here, but it increases the administrative effort as you first need to create a management group. And then next is you can't be sure that new subscriptions will be added to the same management group. So this approach might allow you to manage existing subscriptions, but not necessarily work for future or planned subscriptions. Question number 134 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains 2 virtual machines as shown in the following table. Now, the virtual machines are named as VM1 and VM2. VM1 is Windows Server 2022 operating system based, and VM2 is Windows Server 2019 operating system based. Both of the VMs are hosted in East US zone, and their DNS server is default, which is provided by Azure. The IP address of VM1 is 10.0.0.4 and the IP address of VM2 is 10.0.0.5. You perform a reverse DNS lookup for 10.0.0.4 from VM2. Basically, you are performing a reverse lookup for VM1 from VM2. Which FQDN will be returned? Your options are vm1.eastus.cloudapp.azure.com, vm1.core.windows.net, vm1.internal.cloudapp.net, vm1.azure.com. Now, Azure managed reverse DNS records of firm vmname.internal.cloudapp.net are automatically added to when you start a VM and removed when the VM is stopped or deallocated. So the correct answer here is option C, vm1.internal.cloudapp.net. Next question. You plan to deploy route-based site-to-site VPN connections between several on-premise locations and an Azure virtual network. Which tunneling protocol should you use? Your options are PPTP, IKEV1, IKEV2, L2TP. When deploying route-based site-to-site VPN connections between on-premise locations and an Azure virtual network, it is recommended to use IKEV2, which is Internet Key Exchange version 2 as the tunneling protocol. IKEV2 is a more secure and modern protocol compared to IKEV1, and it offers better performance, improved security features, and better handling of network changes, making it a preferred choice for many VPN deployments. You have an Azure subscription that contains the hierarchy shown in the following exhibit. You create an Azure policy definition named Policy 1. To which Azure resources can you assign Policy 1 and which Azure resources can you specify as exclusions from Policy 1? Now, on the right-hand side of the screen, you have an exhibit where you can see at the top, you have a tenant root group, then followed by a management group 1. Under it, you have a subscription 1, and then it is having RG1. At the bottom, the resource is virtual machine 1. Now, the first statement is you can apply policy to either subscription 1 and RG1 only, management group 1 and subscription 1 only, tenant root group, management group and subscription 1 only, tenant root group, management group 1, subscription 1 and RG1 only, either all of them, which is tenant root group, management group 1, subscription 1, RG1 and VM1. Policy definition or initiative can be assigned to any scope of resources that Azure supports, such as management groups, subscriptions, resource groups, or individual resources. So the correct answer is last option here. You should be able to apply it to tenant root group, management group 1, subscription 1, RG1, and VM1. Now the next statement was, which ones can be excluded from policy 1? The options are same. You can't exclude the highest scope during assignment as it will exclude everything. So the correct answer here is option 4. You can assign it to, you can exclude the policy 1 from management group 1, subscription 1, RG1, and VM1 only. So folks, if you are unaware about hierarchy in Azure, then I already have a detailed video around it on the channel. Check out that to understand this in more detail. Question number 137 of the series. You have an Azure App Service web app named App1. You plan to deploy App1 by using web deploy. You need to ensure that the developers of App1 can use their Azure AD credentials to deploy content to App1. The solution must use the principle of least privilege. What should you do? Your options are configure user-level credentials for FTPS, configure app-level credentials for FTPS, assign the owner role to the developers, assign the website contributor role to the developers. You should assign the website contributor role to the developers in this case. This role allows user to manage the app service, which includes deploying content without granting unnecessary permissions. Assigning the owner role, which is option C, would give the developers full access to the entire Azure subscription and is not aligned with the principle of least privilege. Before I continue, I would like to remind you that we now have channel memberships available. By becoming a member, you will gain access to exclusive videos, PDFs, private chat rooms, and career consultations. If you are seeking guidance or want more insights into the study material, consider joining the membership that suits your needs. Question number 138 of the series. You have an Azure virtual machine named VM1 that runs Windows Server 2016. You need to create an alert in Azure when more than 2 errors events are logged to the system event log on VM1 within an hour. The solution you provide is you create an Azure Log Analytics workspace and configure the data settings. You then install the Microsoft Monitoring Agent on VM1. You create an alert in Azure Monitor and specify the Log Analytics workspace as the source. You need to tell whether this solution meets the goal. Yes, the solution definitely meets the goal. This is how you should create an alert for this scenario. Next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains a storage account named Storage1. You plan to use conditions when assigning role-based access control roles to Storage1. Which of the following Storage1 services support conditions when assigning roles? Your options are queues, file shares, containers, tables, file shares and tables only, containers and queues only. Currently, conditions can be added to built-in or custom role assignments that have blob storage or queue storage data actions. So the correct answer is option F, containers and queues only. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains the quotas shown in the following table. Now the quotas are standard DS family virtual CPUs, standard D family virtual CPUs. Both of them are hosted in East Europe location and are assigned a quota of 20 virtual CPUs. The total regional CPUs of East Europe are also defined as 20 virtual CPUs. You deploy virtual machines to subscription 1 as shown in the following table. Now you have deployed two virtual machines with the name of VM1 and VM2. Both are of size standard B2MS and standard B16MS. They are consuming 2 and 16 virtual CPUs respectively. Both of them again are hosted in East Europe region. For one of them, which is VM1, the status is running, and for VM2, the status is stopped deallocated. Now you plan to deploy the virtual machines shown in the following table. Basically, you are planning to deploy 3 more virtual machines and the CPU requirements for them is 1, 4, and 16. Now the questions that you'll see now will be based on virtual CPUs and whether you can deploy these 3 VMs being talked about here or not. The key thing to note here is for East Europe region, you have a quota of 20 virtual CPUs. So that's the maximum virtual CPUs you can consume at a given time. Let's now look at the statements. Your first statement is you can deploy VM3 to East Europe. VM1 is planned to use one virtual CPU, which when combined with VM1 and VM2 will add to 19 virtual CPUs, which is less than the limit of 20 CPUs. So you can deploy it. The next statement is you can deploy VM4 to East Europe. VM4, as per the table, is going to consume 4 virtual CPUs. So it will equate to a total of 23 CPUs. So you cannot deploy VM4 because you can at a time only use 20 virtual CPUs. The third statement is you can deploy VM5 to East Europe. You might have noticed VM2 was in stopped deallocated state, but stopped VM will consume virtual CPU. So the state of virtual machine doesn't matter for the scope of this question. VM5 will use 16 virtual CPUs, so you can't deploy it in any case. Friends, if you are enjoying the content and finding it helpful, please consider giving this video a like and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps reach a broader audience and benefits everyone. Question number 141 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains the resources shown in the following table. Now the resources are, you have 2 resource groups with the name of RG1 and RG2. They are hosted in location Australia East and Australia Central. Then you have a virtual machine scale set with the name of VMSS1, which is hosted in RG2 and is in location Australia Central. Then you have 3 proximity placement groups with the name of proximity 1, 2, and 3. They are using either RG1 or RG2 and they are hosted in Australia Central and Australia East respectively. You need to configure a proximity placement group for VMSS1, which is virtual machine scale set. Which proximity placement groups should you use? Your options are proximity 1 only, proximity 2 only, proximity 1 and proximity 3 only, or all of them, which is proximity 1, 2, and 3. Proximity placement group should be in same region as the resource. So the correct answer here is option B, proximity 2 only, as virtual machine scale set and proximity 2 are both hosted in Australia Central region. Let's look at next question. You have an Azure subscription that contains an Azure file share. You have an on-premise server named Server 1 that runs Windows Server 2016. You plan to set up Azure file sync between Server 1 and the Azure file share. You need to prepare the subscription for the planned Azure file sync. Which 2 actions should you perform in the Azure subscription? The keyword here is Azure subscriptions. The action should be performed in the Azure subscription. The options are run server registration, create a storage sync service, install the Azure file sync agent, create a sync group. As I said, key to answer this question is to tell the activities that are performed in the subscription and not on the on-premise server. The 2 activities that will be performed in the subscription would be option B and option D. create a storage sync service, and create a sync group. Creating a storage sync service is used to manage the synchronization between your on-premise server and the Azure file share. Whereas creating a sync group involves defining the sync topology and specifying which on-premise servers and Azure file shares should be synchronized. This is part 143 of the series. You have a Microsoft Entra ID tenant named contoso.com that contains the users shown in the following table. Now you have 5 users with the name of user 1, 2, 3, A and B, out of which 3 users are member type and 2 users are guest type. The member types are user 1, user 3 and user A, whereas the guest type are user 2 and user B. User 1 and user 2 are members of group 1. User A and user B are members of group B, and user 3 is not any member of any of the group. User 3 is the owner of group 1. Group 2 is a member of group 1. So there is a nesting of groups being talked about here. You configure an access review named review 1, shown in the exhibit on the next screen. On the next screen, you will have a screenshot of an exhibit of access review named review 1 that was created. And then you will have some statements. So for each of the following statements, you need to select yes if the statement is true. Otherwise, you need to select no. Now, exhibit is there on the right-hand side of your screen. And first statement is user 3 can perform an access review of user A. Now, in the previous table, you would have seen user A is a member type and scope of this access review is guest only. So user 3 cannot perform access review of user A and the statement is incorrect. So the next statement is user 3 can perform an access review of user B. User B is guest type and scope of this access review is guest only. So user 3 can perform access review of user B and this statement is correct. Let's look at statement third. User 3 can perform an access review of user 1. As you could see in the table, user 1 is a member type similar to user A. And as already mentioned, this access review is scoped to guest users only. So user 3 cannot perform access review of user 1 and this statement is incorrect. So folks, while answering this question, you need to look at 2 aspects. One is the exhibit which is on your screen where you can clearly see that the scope is defined as guest user only. And other option is everyone. So if everyone was chosen, then the scope of this access review would have been to guest users and members as well. But here, the scope that has been chosen is guest users only. So that's the reason why any user which you could see in the table on the first screen was a guest user, its review could be performed, whereas if the user was a member type, its review couldn't be performed. So you need to keep in mind the access review exhibit that is on your screen and the table of the user type given while answering this question. Let's look at question number 144. You have an Azure subscription named subscription 1 that contains an Azure virtual machine named VM1. VM1 is in a resource group named RG1. VM1 runs services that will be used to deploy resources to RG1. You need to ensure that a service running on VM1 can manage the resources in RG1 by using the identity of VM1. What should you do first? Here we are talking about managing the resources using the identity of a virtual machine. So that should pretty much tell you what we are talking about, but let's look at the options which are given here. So the options are from the Azure portal, modify the access control IAM settings of RG1. From the Azure portal, modify the policy settings of RG1. From the Azure portal, modify the managed identity settings of VM1. From the Azure portal, modify the access control settings of VM1. And the correct answer here would be from the Azure portal, modify the managed identity settings of VM1. Managed identity allows Azure resources such as virtual machines to obtain an identity that can be used to authenticate and authorize against other Azure resources. By enabling managed identity for VM, you can grant the necessary permissions to the service running on VM1 to manage resources in RG1 without exposing any sensitive credentials. So this basically enables you to perform your task seamlessly without having the need to maybe store credentials in a text file in the VM, which can obviously lead to exposure of the credentials. So whenever you are using managed identities, it enables you to do things securely, and the service can manage things automatically. Next question. You need to ensure that an Azure Active Directory user named admin1 is assigned the required role to enable traffic analytics for an Azure subscription. So folks, here in the question, you can see Azure Active Directory mentioned here. However, Microsoft has recently changed the name of Azure Active Directory and it is known as Entra ID now. So there can be some questions where I have mentioned Azure Active Directory. There can be some questions where you will see Entra ID, but from the exam perspective, because the name has already changed, so you should be seeing the new name there, which is Entra ID. So the solution you tell is you assign the traffic manager contributor role at the subscription level to admin1. Does this solution meet the goal? You need to choose between yes or no. The traffic manager contributor role is related to Azure Traffic Manager, which is a DNS-based traffic load balancer service, and it is used for managing and controlling Azure Traffic Manager resources. It does not provide the necessary permission to enable traffic analytics, so this is an incorrect solution. To enable traffic analytics for an Azure subscription, you typically need to assign a role related to network and monitoring capabilities. Common roles that might be relevant for enabling traffic analytics include network contributor or custom roles with the necessary permissions to work with network traffic analytics. Let's look at next question. You have two Azure virtual machines named VM1 and VM2, and you have two recovery services vaults named RSV1 and RSV2. VM2 is backed up to RSV1 and you need to back up VM2 to RSV2. What should you do first? So basically, VM2 is backed up to RSV1 at the moment, but you need to instead back it up to RSV2 going forward. So what is the step that you need to do first to achieve this requirement? Now, the options that have been given are from the RSV1 blade, click backup jobs and export the VM2 job. From the RSV2 blade, click backup. From the backup blade, select the backup for the virtual machine and then click backup. From the RSV1 blade, click backup items and stop the VM2 backup. From the VM2 blade, click disaster recovery, click replication settings, and then select RSV2 as the recovery services vault. And the correct answer here would be from the RSV1 blade, click backup items and stop the VM2 backup. Now, why you would do this? When you back up a VM to a recovery services vault, the backup is stored in that vault. You cannot have the same virtual machine backed up to two different vaults. In order to back up VM2 to RSV2, you first need to stop the backup of VM2 from RSV1. Once the backup is stopped, you can then create a new backup job for VM2 to be backed up in RSV2. That is the reason you need to first stop the VM2 backup and then you will create a new backup job to back up VM2 to the new recovery services vault. Question number 147 of the series. You have an Azure subscription that contains the resources shown in the following table. Now you have three resources with the name of storage 1, container 1, and table 1, where storage 1 is a storage account, container 1 is a blob container, and table 1 is a storage table. You need to perform the tasks shown in the following table. Now the tasks are, the first task is you need to create a new storage account. Second task is you upload and append blob to container 1. Third task is to create a file share in storage 1. And fourth task is to add data to table 1. Now both the tables are on your screen for ease of your answering the question. And the question is, which tasks can you perform by using Azure Storage Explorer? To answer this question, you should first know what is Azure Storage Explorer. Now the options are task 1 and task 3 only, task 1, 2, and 3 only, task 1, 3, and 4 only, task 2, 3, and 4 only, and task 1, 2, 3, and 4. Azure Storage Explorer does not have the ability to create a new storage account directly. Instead, you can use Azure Storage Explorer to connect to and manage existing storage in Azure. So the correct option is option D, task 2, 3, and 4. You can upload and append blob to container, create a file share in container, and add data to table using Azure Storage Explorer. The only thing you cannot do here is create a new storage account, which is task 1. You have 3 Azure subscriptions named sub 1, sub 2, and sub 3 that are linked to an Entra ID tenant. So folks, if you don't know what is Entra ID tenant, we are talking about an Azure AD tenant. As I mentioned previously, the Azure AD has been renamed to Entra ID. The tenant contains a user named user1, a security group named group1, and a management group named MG1. User 1 is a member of group 1. Sub 1 and sub 2 are members of MG1. Sub 1 contains a resource group named RG1. RG1 contains 5 Azure functions. You create the following role assignments for MG1. The role assignments are group 1 has got the reader role and user 1 has got user access administrator role. Further, you assign user 1 the virtual machine contributor role for sub 1 and sub 2. For each of the following statements, you need to select if the statement is true, otherwise you need to select no. And the first statement is user 1 can assign the owner role for RG1. As a user access administrator for MG1, user 1 can manage access to all resources in the management group. This includes assigning any role, including the owner role, to any resource within MG1, which includes RG1. So the statement is correct. User 1 can assign the owner role for RG1. So folks, this question is very confusing because it is telling you a lot of hierarchy that there are 3 subscriptions which are linked to a management group, and then there are reader role being talked about, then user access administrator role, and then finally user 1 gets virtual machine contributor role as well. So while answering such type of questions, create a mapping, create a flow chart in your mind that this is the flow of the roles that is being talked about here. It will make it very easy for you to answer such questions. Let's look at next statement here. The group 1 members can review the configurations of the Azure functions. Now, group 1 members, you can see, have reader access at the management group level. So they can view all resources in the management group, including the Azure functions in RG1, making this statement correct as well. Again, you could see if you have made that flow chart in your mind, it is very easy to answer this question. If you try to answer it without creating that flow chart, then it will be very hard for you to answer such questions because of the availability of so much data and hierarchy. Third statement is user 1 can create a new resource group and deploy a virtual machine to the new group. The virtual machine contributor role allows users to manage virtual machines, but it does not provide permissions to create new resource groups. So this statement is incorrect. User 1 cannot create a new resource group and deploy a virtual machine to that group. Again, you could see the second last line of the question says you assign user 1 the virtual machine contributor role. And that was the key to answer this third statement, whether it was right or wrong. Question number 149 of the series. You have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains two Azure virtual networks named VNet 1 and VNet 2. VNet 1 contains a VPN gateway named VPN GW1 that uses static routing. There is a site-to-site VPN connection between your on-premise network and VNet 1. On a computer named Client 1 that runs Windows 10, you configure a point-to-site VPN connection to VNet 1. So you have a site-to-site VPN connection between your on-premise client and VNet 1, and then on a computer named Computer Client 1 that runs Windows 10, you configure a point-to-site VPN connection to VNet 1. You configure virtual network peering between VNet 1 and VNet 2. You verify that you can connect to VNet 2 from the on-premise network. Client 1 is unable to connect to VNet 2. You need to ensure that you can connect client 1 to VNet 2. Basically, client 1 is not able to connect to VNet 2 at this point, and you need to ensure that client 1 can connect to VNet 2. What should you do in this requirement? Your options are select allow gateway transit to VNet 2, download and reinstall the VPN client configuration package on client 1, enable BGP on VPN GW1, select allow gateway transit on VNet 1. The VPN client on the PC is not valid now because the network topology has changed in this case. And whenever such changes happen, then the VPN client package for Windows client must be downloaded and installed again. And you need to ensure you use the same certificate. So the correct answer here is option B. You need to download and reinstall the VPN client configuration package on client 1 again. Question number 150 of the series. You have 5 Azure virtual machines that run Windows Server 2019. The virtual machines are configured as web servers. You have an Azure load balancer named LB1 that provides load balancing services for the virtual machines. You need to ensure that visitors are serviced by the same web server for each request. What should you configure? So you have 5 virtual machines behind an Azure load balancer, which they have named as LB1. You need to ensure whenever someone visits the site, their request is serviced by the same web server. What should you configure to achieve this requirement? Your options are protocol to UDP, session persistence to client IP and protocol, floating IP to enable, session persistence to none. So basically here they're talking about the first option says you configure the protocol to be as UDP, and then the second option says you configure session persistence to client IP and protocol. Then on third option, floating IP is getting enabled, and on the fourth option, which is again related to session persistence, you are setting it to none. To ensure that visitors are serviced by the same web server for each request, you should configure session persistence. In this scenario, you should configure session persistence to client IP and protocol. This will ensure that each visitor's requests are directed to same web server for the duration of their session, based on their IP address and the protocol they are using. This configuration helps maintain session state for clients and ensures that their requests are consistently directed to the same web server, which can be important for maintaining user sessions and providing a consistent experience. With this, I wrap up. Amazing work completing these 150 AZ-104 practice questions. You have now sharpened your admin skills and taken a solid step towards passing the Azure Administrator exam. But do not stop now. This is just one part of our full practice question series with 400 plus questions covering all exam domains. Continue with the next parts to make sure you are fully prepared on every topic. If this session helped you, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the upcoming videos. Got doubts or want a deeper explanation? Drop your questions in the comments. I'm right here to support your learning journey. Stay consistent, keep practicing, and I'll see you in the next part. Let's conquer AZ-104 together.